Okay. So hello one more time. We had a quick break and we are ready to continue with our forum. I'm Lucine Barsagan from DCN Europe, and I would like to use this opportunity to actually thank you all for coming and making this whole thing possible, and want to thank all of those who are watching us online. I want to actually introduce Mr. Chip Leitinen, who is Deputy Chief of Mission at U.S. Embassy to Armenia. He's going to share with us his thoughts about the event and about the topic overall, but using this opportunity, I actually want to thank U.S. embassies all over the world for believing in DCN concept and for supporting us, and to U.S. Embassy in Armenia for constant belief and trust and for support. So, Mr. Leitinen, we are very happy to have you here. We are very honored to listen to you. So the floor is yours. Yeah. Yourself? We cannot hear you. Yeah.
All right. Does that work this time? Okay. You've got me now. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Lucine. Thank you, Lucine. Let me start again. Just saying it's a pleasure to welcome you to the Internet versus Democracy event organized by the Digital Communication Network. While I wish I could be in Gyumri and participate in person, thanks to the technology, I'm able to connect with you virtually. I'm glad to see many participants from abroad joining for this event. And let me just say welcome to Armenia, and again, virtually welcome to Gyumri. First of all, I'd like to thank Vladimir Spencer, Lucine Barsagian, and also Nikos Paniotio for organizing such a tremendous event. And greetings to my friend and former colleague Cindy Harvey, who will be speaking after me. Again, I feel connected to this because prior to coming to Yerevan this past summer, I was in Greece for 3 years, and so I'm very familiar with DCN and some of the good work in these events. As we all know, freedom of speech, respect for human rights, and legitimate elections are essential elements of democracy. In the 21st century, technology is a powerful tool with which to exercise human rights and fundamental freedoms. At the same time, democracies all over the world face many challenges during this era of new and challenging technology, which influences foreign policy and human rights. The US government values these types of events in which you raise important questions, such as how internet use affects civic engagement, how digital technologies and disinformation are impacting democracy, and how to convey clear, correct, and constructive information to help us all stay safe and healthy. We continue to work with countries like Armenia, new democracies at the forefront of reform, on the nexus between digital communication and fundamental freedoms. In fact, the upcoming Summit for Democracy, which will take place virtually later this week and will bring together a cross-section of world leaders and civil society, aims to serve as a platform for democracies to come together, learn together, stand together, and act together to tackle the world's most pressing challenges. I commend all of you as the organizers and participants of this event for focusing on these difficult questions, and I urge you to use this opportunity today to discuss and share smart recommendations for the use of technology that best support building democratic countries. In closing, I would like to congratulate you on the launch of the new Digital Communication Network platform. Thank you all for your hard work, and here's to your success, both past and future. Thank you.
And also thank you for being with us in this very important initiative that actually brings together a community of actors, brings together people that they are working closely on issues that we all value. on issues such as democracy and also on the challenges that our democracies are facing. Your contribution and support in order to realize this event was more than important, and we would like to thank you for your support and having you here with us. Thank you very much. I would like now to pass the floor to Cynthia Harvey. Cynthia Harvey is a public affairs officer in the U.S. Embassy in Athens. Cynthia has been deployed and worked in many missions. The U.S. Embassy in Greece supports a lot DCN work, and since the first event that it has been organized in 2018, it supported actually the creation of DCN Southeast Europe Hub, and actually it supported a lot when we started the initiative of bringing together Aristotle University with the Digital Communication Network. It is at that event that we started actually to be very active, and at that event it was when we had actually the support and being able actually to develop such an organization. I don't know, do we have Cynthia Harvey with us? Okay. So since we will wait for a couple of minutes, I would like you actually to let you know that we will, after Cynthia Harvey greeting and message, we will move on to our panel discussion, which is about Internet and the Truth. It is actually a panel that bridges what it has been discussed in the morning with Aisha and the whole panel, and continues the discussion that actually it has been written there in the wall, what democracy means, and whether or not trust is at the center of this actually approach, which we consider that it is. But most importantly, what we need to have in mind in this case, it is that we have to approach these issues on the perspective that they can bring change. It is upon us, and actually in the society, to what extent and to what direction will it go? Will it be used as a platform for bullies? Will it be used as a platform for fake news? Will it be used as platforms of hate speech? Or, on the contrary, it will act as an emancipatory force that will promote the best practices and actually move forward our societies. We have tried these 2 days in order to respond to these questions, and we will continue to do so in the discussion. Please be aware that, and post your questions on the Slido channel that we have, using the hashtag and the number 544008, and also the ones of you that you are currently online, post your questions on YouTube. It is more than important for us to have this interaction that we already have, because this is actually how we envision this type of events. This is how we envision DCN as an open network of responsibility and an open network that discusses things. I would like also to remind you that to use our social media platforms in order to share your thoughts and also reshare all the what is happening here today. Please also have in mind that a lot of pictures of yesterday's event have been posted on the social media, so it's a very good opportunity also to build a wall of photographs of this event. And who knows, maybe one day we can actually create something like NFTs that Dimitris knows very well about it. Okay. But we have to agree on that, who will own these rights, etc. But please be creative and upload content. We need like the content of personal thoughts, of personal approaches, but most importantly, we need you to connect to each other, okay? What we will, and another important aspect, it is following this conference, we will actually aim to produce a white paper regarding what it has been discussed here. So all of you that you have been speakers on this online, on this online, offline and online, what we can do in this case, it is that we would like to ask you to send us papers or your thoughts, etc., but it can be like 1,500 words, okay? We will use these papers because we would like to publish them both digitally and also offline, okay? So this is a call, even if you have not been a speaker and you want actually to discuss a topic about it, send it to us, okay? We will receive it, and then we will edit it accordingly in order to be able to proceed in publicizing. Okay. Yes, I do. Okay, let us have a break. Do you send it to me? No, send it. Yeah. We have with us Christopher, that you all met him I think that you all know each other, so there's no point of introducing actually to each other again. But you all know the panelists, and also I would like to thank them for being part of it. Each of the panelists will have like 4 or 5 minutes in order to say something about the issue, and then we will move on in the discussion as it has been done before. But before that, and in order to change a little bit, I will ask you, each of you, to make a statement about internet and trust, okay? Because it is an important aspect. For me, I think that one of the most important challenges that our societies face is about building trust. It is trust in institutions. What we have seen taking place would have never happened if we have believed in institutions, trust. It is this erosion of trust that makes people look for information in other, let's say, mediums or platforms, or to believe in other things. It is a very important element, especially also when we discuss about trust in internet. So this is why we will have this perspective of views, having people both online and offline. And most importantly, we will try to, we will have online with us David Timmis, we will have with us Matthew Jacobs, and also John Green Dubs, in order to bring us the view from Africa as well. And also we will have Nina Jakovic, a pre-recorded session, that it will be like an open, that it will, in a way, it opens up the discussion of that. And yes, I don't know, you want to say a few things just before for warm up? As we wait, because there's no point in waiting like that. Yes, okay, let us wait. some time, and you never know how it will be involved. So I would like to introduce the people that we have online, our speakers that are online. It is John Green Otunga, which is an East Africa program manager from the Sentin project from Kenya. And also it is Matthew Jacobs, which is public affairs specialist in US Department of State from Washington, D.C. Matt and John, we would be more than happy if you could join us. Hopefully you will be with us in the next event. I will start, we are online. I would like to thank you both for taking time in order to be with us online, in order to discuss one of and a very important issue. If we can go with my first slide that describes in a way how society perceives and actually considers trust in internet, and it is something that I always use when we discuss this type of topic about trust in internet, and it is something that it is very clear and shows actually why and to what extent internet has replaced the trust that we used to have in traditional media. So trust should not be seen it as a technical element, but it is something that we build. It is something that is related with our social, political, economical background. It relates a lot of how a society understands itself, how a society it is developed, and how a society actually relates with the technological capacities that we have developed. Just to give you an example, as it results from a recent Gallup poll, most of the US citizens have moved online in order to be informed. Does it mean that they trust much more online media? In that question, according to both the Gallup research that have shown that most people have moved in online environment, has proven to be yes. We tend to trust much more online media, and thus we tend to trust much more internet. Having said that, and making this opening statement, so this is actually, you want to say, like, it's a student that brings the grades to his mom and says, what you mean all my facts are wrong? I copied everything straight off the internet. So it's kind of a statement regarding trust in the internet. Having said that and having shown that, I would like to pass the floor to ask Christopher to make his opening statement. Christopher, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So we're here to talk about trust and the internet. And I think at a lot of these talks, there's one specific problem that is often made, a mistake that's made, which is that not most, but a lot of people that discuss this assume that everyone else in the world thinks and acts and has the same expectations that people up here and people in the audience do, which is just wrong. The way that we use tech, the way that everybody here on their laptops, on their phones use tech is not, almost certainly not, the way that the vast majority of people, not just within the West, but around the world use tech. So when we think about ideas, we think about issues that we experience every day. These are often not the experiences of normal or other people. Because trust itself is cultural, right? So how I trust someone is very different than how other people in other places trust someone. And I'm glad that we have John from Kenya here as well, because trust is often very different outside of just the Western context. And so when we talk about what do we mean when we trust the internet, when we look at surveys of trust in internet news, and they look at different countries, that word, even in translation, often means very different things depending on your race, your generation, your religion, historical aspects, right? So just to use an example from my own country, African Americans and trust in the medical system is very different than, for instance, Hispanic immigrants and the trust in the medical system, or Caucasians, simply because of the historical aspects of how the healthcare system has operated around people of color. And so when we think about this, there's nuance. There's not ever going to be a one-size-fits-all. And so we have to ask, what are we asking when we ask people to trust, right? What is the end goal that we're looking for when we ask people to trust? Is it for them they read the internet and believe it? That's not probably a good idea either necessarily. We all seen a lot of different sources. And so we have to think about, what are we asking? What is trust to begin with? And one thing that we really have to consider when we're talking about trust and when it comes to the internet and government and such things is the systems that we have in place were designed and built in a very different media landscape, a different cultural landscape. They were designed democracies were often designed for elites to sit down and discuss within their own hallowed halls or smoky back rooms and come to a consensus. It was not even expected that the entire masses, anybody would be able to speak as loudly as they could to publish to everyone. And so when it comes to trust, when it comes to truth, how do I put this? Are all voices equal? Should they be equal, right? If we're going to trust, then we can't assume that everything that we're listening to is real, which is a distrust. However, because of freedom of speech in most modern democracies, everybody gets to speak as loud as they can. So how do you decide this trust? And I don't really have an answer, unfortunately, because the nuance is too hard, but we have to really dig into the nuance, and there might be as many solutions as there are cultures in the world, as languages, as countries, as neighborhoods. We're not sure, but we're going to have to look at it in specifics, not in generalities, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And I would like now to pass the floor to Cynthia Harvey, before passing the floor again to our panelist, that we have her with us. Cynthia, thank you very much for taking the time and the effort to be with us. We have managed to overcome some technical things that we had and restore our trust to internet again. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Can you hear me okay? We haven't done a sound check, but I hope you can. Good to go. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Good day to everyone who's tuning in different time zones. As Nico said, my name is Cynthia Harvey. I go by Cindy. I'm coming to you from a backroom office at the U.S. Embassy in Athens, where I'm the public affairs officer. So it's really a pleasure to meet all of you virtually, and hope someday we'll have the chance to actually meet face to face. Nico, I'm not sure if anyone has wished you a Chronia Pola on your name day today, but best wishes to you. We at the American Embassy have been working to support efforts like today's to develop media literacy and to combat disinformation time now. And we do so because we think that every democracy needs to develop the critical thinking skills in their citizenship or in their citizenry, and make sure that people can understand the various sources of information that comes at them and how to ask relevant questions. This is something that we do here at the U.S. Embassy in Athens. We work on this around the world as part of our U.S. government efforts. And as the previous was just saying, we actually are working on it back in the United States too. It's important for everyone who lives in a democracy, and it's something that we truly are committed to learning more about and to helping our friends and allies around the world work through as well. So, for me as a professional diplomat, this is something that I grapple with. How can we manage the fire hose of information that we are taking in every day? And how do we make sense of it so that our democracies can work better? When it comes to media literacy, we need to be engaging with people who are reading and understanding and, thinking about the source, thinking about where the information is coming from, and then making their own decisions based on that information that they're able to discern. So these are really big challenges that we all face. The only way I think that we're going to find the answers is to have conversations like the conversation you're having today. When you're sharing best practices, when you're bringing together communities who share the same commitment, I think that's where we will find some answers to this. The speaker who was on just before me said that there's not going to be one solution, but there are many, and I think that's a really good point. I've had to work with the DCN Global on many occasions, and so I'm happy to see them continuing to thrive and put on great programs like today. We got started in 2018 in Thessaloniki, Greece, and we're just going to continue to do this great work together. So not just in Greece, but across the broader region. Today, they are launching a really terrific new initiative. It's the creation of a platform that will be used as a gathering place for practitioners who support media literacy, who promote freedom of speech, who want to work together to raise awareness of how to best leverage all of the digital technologies to support our democracies and support the values that we all believe in so well. So this platform that's going to be launched really does aspire to be a great tool for all of you. And I hope that it will really strengthen our efforts to promote and preserve open and democratic societies. And that's really what the DCN is all about. And that's why we continue to support the DCN, is to help all of you there today and just really, expand this approach to create communities of action, responsibility, and transparency. So congratulations to all of you for being there. I wish you well. Congratulations to Nico and the entire DCN. I'd also like to highlight our cooperation with the Department of State's Global Engagement Center. They provided a grant, which was what was used to help create the platform that I just mentioned. I'm really looking forward to hearing the Deputy Coordinator of the Global Engagement Center, Carl Stoltz, who's going to be speaking later today. He's a seasoned public diplomacy practitioner. He brings a great wealth of experience. And I think he's going to have just a terrific perspective for your discussions. So I'm going to leave it there and wish you all well. And I hope you have a successful and productive conference. And thank you very much. Thank you, Nico, for giving me the floor. And I'll hand it back to you.
Cindy, for having the time and to be with us. For those of you that you don't know, in Greece, we tend to celebrate Name Day, not only giving names to the new coronavirus variants. So name days, it's something that we celebrate, so today is my name day. It's something similar with birthday. So I'm super excited to be here in Armenia as well and enjoying it with all of you. Thank you all. So let's move to the next speaker. Leila is an associate editor at DFR Lab from Atlantic Council from Canada. Leila, thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you for holding this conference. I think it's really exciting to be here, and even throughout these last few days, have some really interesting conversations with everyone. So when it comes to trust and the internet, I want to approach it from a content moderation perspective, because the way that many people online develop their trust is through social media, which is what is one of the primary ways we all engage with the internet. So I'm going to primarily use Facebook as an example throughout the discussion today, mostly because we've seen the Facebook papers recently released, and we simply have a little bit more information about how they operate and a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. But that's not to say that Twitter and TikTok and YouTube and all these other platforms should not be part of the discussion as well. So when it comes to these platforms, I think what we've seen through the Facebook papers, through people's interactions and lived experience, is that users in North America, in Europe, engaging with English, the English language platform, are having the best experience with the product. And these are products, ultimately. And they are developed, and solutions that arise are often targeting English language markets. And so people outside of these markets, people who are in the non-English language speaking users of Facebook, often you see the moderation efforts are almost negligent in how inaccurate and incorrect they are. One of the stats we found from the Facebook papers is that the algorithm incorrectly deleted Arabic content 77% of the time. And so at that point, you have to sort of ask yourself, if 77% of the time this algorithm is incorrect and it's making mistakes, is it responsible to deploy it? Is it responsible to allow this to continue on without putting more resources behind it? And a company like Facebook has the resources where it can try to remedy this. But you come up against this brick wall of profit being their primary motivator. And so if there's not a profit incentive, these sort of issues just kind of go on. And then they sort of hit an apex point. So during the war in May between Gaza and Israel, you saw there was the storming of a mosque, the third holiest site in the Islam religion, and people were live streaming from the mosque, and they were trying to post things on Instagram, Facebook, and the hashtag was blocked. So like during this sort of live event in an active conflict zone, people were blocked from posting online about what was happening in their immediate surroundings. And this sort of level of restriction, or you could call it censorship, fuels distrust in the internet. When users don't feel that they can post content online, and there is this notion that, like, and we've discussed it a lot today and yesterday, about, you know, the internet being this open and free space, and it definitely is, and there are a lot of benefits, but there's also many restrictions, and a lot of users are increasingly coming against this issue of their content being either removed inappropriately or inaccurately, or they face this kind of censorship during a very critical moment in time. So I think the trends I'm seeing in the global south are a growing distrust of the internet. We saw after the coup in Sudan, the internet was just shut down. And so I think people lose trust in the ability for the internet, for social platforms, to actually, in these moments where like we actually really need to be able to freely communicate, that's where you sort of see government step in. You don't see platforms take a hard stance against these governments. They often will abide by it because, again, they want access to that market. So in general, I think that there are things that can be done. Like, I think there are solutions. A lot of it comes with resource development, but it's never going to be perfect. It's impossible to perfectly moderate content. That would require Facebook, Twitter, all these platforms to basically enumerate every instance of abuse, of hate speech, and be proficient in every language, and that is almost an insurmountable task. But it's not to say that we can't attempt it and try to improve and try to get better at it and work with local organizations, work with local experts to try and build better products. So yeah, I'll end there.
Leila, thank you very much for your comments on the first actually discussion of the subject. Now I would like to move online in order to have like a balance between offline and online speakers. I would like to pass the floor to John. John, the floor is yours.
Afternoon, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so I'm reaching you from Malindi, Kenya, and this is where I'm normally based. And when I heard about this discussion, I thought about the project that we've done in Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, and DRC. And currently, we've even extended the project to Somalia. And one of our key agenda is number one, peace building and conflict prevention. But what we deal with most is misinformation, because we came to realize that misinformation is one of the problems that leads to distrust among communities. And when distrust comes in, we end up having conflict at some point, tensions rising. And so I find it very interesting to discuss a little bit about our project. And I'll request my slides to be shared by Anna, if it's possible. I'm going to give a brief case study, and that will also enable us to understand the local context. Meanwhile, we came to learn that communication technology such as messaging services and social media can prevent the dissemination of independent information and misinformation at the same time. And it can also be used to spread lies, hatred, and even incite violence. With such misinformation and disinformation, there is a lot of distrust among citizens, tensions, of course, as I mentioned. Sometimes such lies lead to derail the peace building process in fragile contexts like South Sudan and also Kenya. Sometimes it also undermines democracy. It can be misused by politicians and also undermine efforts to counter, for example, social ills like violent extremism. So the content and information available on social network is being used, for example, like information warfare with sometimes very fatal consequences. And we've seen authoritarian regimes using, for example, censorship and propaganda to hinder the flow of independent information. So we've been looking at the possibility of using technology innovatively and in the correct context to provide new powerful tools that can effectively help in such situation by providing local communities with accurate and verified information, which is also what I can call truthful information, because we also learned that whatever happens online, for example, also lead to offline consequences. So in Kenya, we are a very political country, and political conversations mostly go online and offline at the same time because we have kind of a balanced population with a lot of social media engagements. But then when you talk about the trusts, I did a quick research and I came to note a joint survey report by Geopol and Portland Communication found out that at least 90% of Kenyans had or seen false information or inaccurate information spreading online. And 87% had also seen ones that were spread were deliberately false and were spreading. And I came to ask myself, what is the motivation of people sharing this false information? But then I came also across research by the BBC, which showed that people share information for social currency. So they see it as a very important to be ahead of the game when it comes to maybe breaking news. And they also share as a civic duty. That is to gain in the networks and also actively participating in our world by helping others to kind of understand what is happening in the surrounding. And so that's how we came up to think about our project. I don't see the slide on my end, but we have our project which we deployed, and the project is called Unahakika. Unahakika is a Swahili word for are you sure? In Juba and South Sudan, we are doing the same project. It's called Hagiga Wahid, which is one truth. And we also do the same in Somalia. We call it Runtu Anabad, which stands for truth in peace. Yeah, so Unahakika is a responsive information service that gathers submitted data by the users. It crowdsources rumor reports from social media platforms, email, and we have a web-based platform. And it allows us to verify this information and report back to the communities with accurate information, with the long-term goal of changing people's attitudes towards misinformation, trying to educate people about the importance of verifying rumors and the need to make informed decision instead of just picking information at face value and spreading it. And so we've been sensitizing communities about the importance of verifying rumors just to rebuild the lost trust, because that with lack of trust among community members, then it becomes very difficult to have sustainable peace and also to ensure that people are able to participate in the democratic process effectively. And so in one of my slides, I had shared a picture of one of the Gazette manipulated frontline gazette that was being spread towards our 2017 general election. And on this gazette note, that the frontline page, people had manipulated the information to mean something else, just for the sake of creating tension, ensuring that there is no trust among the community members, and probably with the aim of ensuring that people get into conflict and there is violence in the nation, and probably even to scare maybe some voters not to participate in the voting election within that region. At the same time, I had also shared a photo of one of the rumors that we received through our SMS platform. So with this rumor, there is one of the outlawed called Mungiki, which is in the 2007 general election, was considered to have participated in the violence that led to thousands of people being killed in the country. So as we approach the 2017 general election, there are also rumors, especially in the slum areas of Kenya, and particularly Kibera and Mathare within Nairobi County, that was spreading about this Mungiki group being used by the government and having government uniforms, and they were used to kill innocent members of other communities, apart from the Kikuyu community, which are normally associated with this group. And so we noted that apart from this information spreading online, it was also spreading offline, and it was leading to people fleeing from their residence, and it led also to a lot of tension within Mathare and Kibra. And on our system, we were able to receive about 127 same reports that were talking about fake policemen having dreadlocks entering into the slum to kill people, and these rastas were wearing police uniform, but maybe they were Mungiki. But then when we did a background check, we came with the help of our community ambassadors, because in each of the locations that we operate, we have a team of trained volunteers on the ground who help us now to verify exactly what is happening on the site. We came to learn that this information was probably false, because there was no tangible evidence to prove that there were Rasta policemen moving around killing innocent voters or people. But on the other hand, such allegations led to people fleeing away from participating maybe in and having their voting rights. So I would say that trust is a very important component when it comes to democracy. And in my country, it's interesting that people, if you look at the posts that have been done before, it looks like most people trust the traditional media, for example, TV and radio, more than they trust the internet, like social media platforms. But then the most worrying thing about how citizens behave is they tend to pick and share a lot of what is shared online and pass it offline, and then that again leads to a lot of tension among the community members and the citizen at large. I think I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And now we will pass the floor to Vadim. You met him, you had the chance to discuss and interact. A digital activist, a data mining specialist. Thank you for being with us, Vadim. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So the topic is internet and trust, and it's a good question. Can we trust the internet or not? And I don't know if we'll be able to answer this in this panel. The reality is that we cannot fact check everything. We cannot know everything, and we cannot reasonably expect other people to also be able to do this. So this is why usually we rely on other people, on other organizations. We have like snobs that they will do fact checking. This is why we read New York Times and others. And this is also sometimes, at least in the US debate, because if you have a Republican, then you will say like, no, this is not okay, and vice versa. So we live in a fragmented space that is getting more fragmented each day. So, and I remember speaking with you, and you recommended a book that was called Nothing is Real, Everything is Possible, which kind of explains how we kind of live in a post-truth war in a way. So the trust is getting harder to trust something on the internet. For me personally, coming from a data science, data background, for me, I'm a true believer in the idea of data and having access to data. In 2016, I was monitoring a Facebook page and scraping Facebook page in the US and also in Romania to try to identify possible fake viral news before they go viral. And we've seen reasonable success doing this, but after Cambridge Analytica, all of this data disappeared. And I cannot say if this is better or worse, but from my point of view, having access to data, this at least allows us to understand some of the things like how much did it spread, and we've seen I've seen in the research that it's kind of a losing battle, because usually you would have fake news that would go viral. It would be shared like 50,000 times or 100,000 times. And then you would have a Snopes article saying like, no, this is fake, but this usually comes like 24 or 48 hours later, and it will have like just 1,000 shares or 2,000. And also the 2,000 share will be in probably most of the people that would kind of already believe this, and the 100,000 people that share, they will not even see that post. So it's kind of split to different walls. Trust on the internet, I consider it helps when you are able, at least in democracies, to have verified users. So to know that, okay, this is a real person and this is not something fake. And how we can do this at scale internationally is an open question. At local level, you can implement something that every citizen can have, like a user that, I don't know, you have to show your ID and then you get your user and you can use it to vote and to do everything with it. This is not possible in authoritarian government that much, and also you would not want to expose that people, so you would want to be able to be anonymous for a lot of different reasons. Also, we need to kind of take into account the idea that we have disinformation and we have misinformation, and these are two different concepts. And the players that are doing it, they usually have different reasons to do one or another. Earlier there was talk about Kibera, and there was a project called Map Kibera in OpenStreetMap, which is a tool like Google Maps, but it's open source. And one of the things that, because of the lack of data, there were estimates from the example from the Washington, they were saying like, they didn't even know how many people live there, and some of the estimate put like maybe there are 2 million people living in the slum, maybe there are 1 million. And after it was a crowdsourced campaign, and they mapped all of the place, they got a more realistic expectation of like 300,000 people that were living there. And this affected, because is one to give money for 1 million people there, and one is to give for 300,000 people. So, and this is the same also with fake news and other things that are happening on the internet. If we don't have the data, we can just assume that, okay, this is a topic that is on everybody's mouth, but in reality it's just on 5% of the whole population. So access to data and access to information that can be verified independently by other people, I consider it vital to build trust on the internet. I will stop it at this now.
Highlighting very important elements such as data mining, how we use data, our understanding, and how this leads to concept of trust and how we understand this data, which is, I think, a very crucial element. Now I would like to pass the floor to Matthew Jacobs, which is a public affairs specialist at US Department of State. And Matthew has been a great supporter of DCN and also a great discussant of these and similar other events. Matt, the floor is yours for your opening statement. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nikos. Good afternoon, everyone, and good morning to all my panelists who are also coming from the East Coast. So as Nikos said, my name is Matt Jacobs, and I am the digital coordinator for the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs, which means that I work with individuals like Cynthia, who are based out of the embassies in the field, to figure out how to adjust our processes, particularly our processes in terms of policy communication, to be reflective of the 21st century information environment in which we find ourselves operating, and all the various different qualities and different connotations that are ascribed to that, which I think we'll get into here. So the panel is on internet and trust. So the first thing to do is to look at what trust is. Trust is a social concept. It's an evolutionary facet that increased our rate of survival, our rate of viability at our kind of lowest evolutionary stages. It's when we were able to build relationships with individuals in order to exchange information that made sure that we understood that tigers were dangerous and that fire was beneficial to food. As such, information was always really rooted in trust as being, as was mentioned before, this kind of social currency. Because if you knew something that was for everyone's benefit, it increased your benefit. And as we continued kind of engaging and exchanging information to build trust with one another, that's where we saw the development of social structures, social cohesions, and that we were able to kind of support each other through those, and we were able to grow through them. So it's always been very much hardwired into us evolutionarily that is a beneficial factor, and that trust precipitates the development of societies around that. And without that trust, societies tend to fall apart, social groups tend to fall apart. It's very much the kind of glue that brings that all together. And if we're talking about democratic and participatory systems, trust and information became the lifeblood of that. The idea that everyone had equal access to information and that equal access to discussion around information and the ability to formulate ways forward in a democratic manner and to act on that and to actualize that in order to move us all in a kind of cohesive way towards progress. And the issue with that is that trust has had to evolve. And the concept of trust and how we build on that trust has had to evolve throughout that process. So when we're talking about small personal relationships versus large societal constructs, trust as itself has had to grow inside that in order to maintain that. It's, imagine it like a weightlifter. As we got bigger and bigger and bigger, we need to lift heavier and heavier weights in order to keep that going, to keep progress moving. And so when you think about where digital and what the internet is, in terms of this, it represents a significant step forward, because I would say that the proliferation of digital communication tools and the wide adoption of digital communications and digital information systems has precipitated one of the greatest evolutionary changes in the since the advent of the printing press nearly 600 years ago. So right now we have built these democratic systems on information flows that were primarily kind of linear and primarily like controlled by various, let's say, larger institutions, whether they were elites or whether they were, in government or elites in the church or elites in academia. Information kind of flowed singularly down. It came from one person with the means of production, and it was disseminated out from there. As the printing press kind of went forward and literacy rates were increased across the world, and the means of production and the capital required for that production was reduced. We had other people who got in there, but it was still kind of controlled by media houses, political parties, etc. But it still allowed for information to come from what was these institutions that had this kind of perceived credibility and objectivity down to individuals to engage in discussions and discourse and to adopt measures based on that. So it still wasn't that far removed. But now, as we've had this kind of proliferation of digital tools, which is absolutely kind of liberalized and democratized who can be an information creator, who can be an information consumer, and who can be a discerning information consumer, it's really made those information flows a little bit less linear and much more alongside of the grid. At the same time, for the evolution of parasocial relationships, that is to say, social relationships that are not rooted in whether it is your immediate geological proximity or your immediate socioeconomic standing, those friendships now and those relationships now extend beyond those traditional boundaries, which were usually seen as the kind of limitations of social cohesion, the in-group, out-group dynamics that really defined us. And so the idea of kind of moving forward, trust and truth has to be reevaluated, just as it's been reevaluated in the past and what it means. We're just, one of the former speakers just said that we live kind of in a post-truth world. And I think the thing to kind of keep in mind is truth isn't an object, it's a process. So we have facts, things that are demonstrative, and then we have argumentation around those facts. We have rhetoric, we have discourse, where we take the facts and we, facilitate and develop an argument, and we present that argument to other individuals, and other individuals present their argument and their counter arguments to that one. And then that leads to, I would say, that kind of leads to more of a kind of harmony through consensus, and consensus becomes truth. This is mirrored in discussions, rhetorical procedures. This is mirrored in the way we apply, scientific processes. And so truth is something that has to be a process. And what we see ourselves in now is that our processes have to change because our limitations have changed, because our access to information has changed. So when we talk about truth in the internet or trust in the internet, we just have to think about how we, like we said, really apply that concept to this new construct, and to make sure that we are not relying on our previous mechanisms of trust and truth development, or truth development and trust, and just applying them as if the other limitations and the other concepts that are guiding those processes have not been altered. We have to evolve that and figure out where that fits within this construct. And we in the US government are working on that continuously. We need to know where we need to be an accurate and active voice in that process, because, as I said, the democratic process, which has now also been scaled up as a result of the proliferation of digital communication mechanisms, is really reliant on that trust building process, that consensus building process, and the ability for individuals to feel that they have access and can trust true materials. And so for us as people who are proponents and supporters of democratic and participatory processes across the world, we have to figure out what that means. Where do we fit in, and how do we best equip ourselves, and how do we equip others to ensure that the information economy as we exist within it is a place where truth can be facilitated as a process through trust. Thank you.
Very much for the comments, and I will emphasize in two elements that you have said. One, that truth has to be built. Secondly, a very important aspect, it is literacy. And another aspect is about how or whether we regulate, and what are the initiatives that we take towards this direction. I would like now to watch all together the pre-recording video that we have done with Nina Jakovic, that we discussed this issue. Nina fortunately couldn't be with us today, but we will listen to her video, and after that I will pass the floor to you, and after that we will make a short break, and then power to the people, power to the audience.
Nina Jankovic, an expert, a scholar, with whom I would like actually to thank for spending this time with us, and it is a pity that we couldn't have you with us, But we are very grateful that you have some minutes to share your thoughts about the very interesting topic that we are examining in Armenia. So, Nina, internet and democracy, internet an emancipation force or a force that undermines our democracies?
I think that's the critical question, Nikos, and thank you so much for having me. I wish I could be with you all in Armenia. That's a critical question for our times, really. I used to work at the National Democratic Institute, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan institute that supports democratic forces all around the world. And when I first started working there after graduate school in the early 2010s, we really looked at the internet as a force for freedom, a force for empowering people. We used to train all of our grantees and partners on using the internet to reach out to constituents and really start social movements. And it was an exciting time, but quickly during my tenure at the National Democratic Institute, there were also some really unfortunate things happening with the internet. And mostly since I worked on Russia and Belarus, those were coming from the Kremlin. We saw the Kremlin using the internet to dupe its own citizens into voting a certain way, to keep information from them, to restrict freedom of expression, to scare people into not sharing their opinions online. And then, of course, very fatefully in 2013, 8 years ago now, we saw the Kremlin using disinformation at a massive scale online in its meddling in Ukraine during the Euromaidan revolution, and then later in 2014 in its illegal annexation of Crimea and war in the Donbass region. And I think that's when people started to think, okay, the internet is actually, maybe not as great as we thought it was, but we in the West didn't see it as something that could affect us. We thought, okay, our institutions are strong enough. We're not going to be affected by this the same way that our partners in Central and Eastern Europe will be. And that, of course, turned out not to be true, especially, this year, the beginning of this year with the insurrection at the US Capitol on January 6th. We saw how the internet can really be a detriment to democracy, can even dismantle democracy. And so while I think it's really important for politicians, for civil society activists to learn how to communicate online, to use the internet as a tool for connection, we also have to be very, very realistic about the harms that the internet can cause if it is left unchecked.
You are right. And I would actually base my next question on the two examples that you mentioned, because Belarus and Russia highlights the one part regarding disinformation and actually how internet could be used in order to undermine our democracies. Mm-hmm. While in the other case, with Belarus, it is being used as a tool in order to break away against a dictator. Mm-hmm. Based on that, what are the lessons learned and what are the key topics or the key issues where we should emphasize?
Well, Belarus is a really interesting case study, I think, because for so long, the state media was under control. There were very few outlets for people to really use to communicate with one another and to push back against the state narrative. And we saw that all come crumbling down during the 2020 election in Belarus, with Telegram channels especially becoming a really popular means for communication. But in an authoritarian state, even the power of grassroots internet communication channels like Telegram could not stand up. Of course, we saw very famously the flight get hijacked in Belarusian airspace earlier this summer to take down one of the individuals involved with the famous Telegram channel that was so important during the uprising. So I think in the face of authoritarianism, even the most democratic means of communication can't stand up. And I think that is important, that, as democracies, the West and other democracies around the world need to stand up for the rights of people in authoritarian and autocratic nations to make sure that the internet is free and open to all, and to invest in technologies like Signal messaging platform, like the Tor communications network, so that you can browse privately, that are available to everyone so that we can safeguard the free flow of information. And then also, I think Belarus really speaks to the importance of a people that is savvy about how information flows. So I think in the aftermath of the 2020 election in Belarus, we saw people who were really skeptical of the information coming out of Belarusian state media. And that was based on their own personal experience. They knew, okay, I didn't vote for Lukashenko, neither did, all of the friends that I know. So how in our precinct is this adding up to a 90% vote tally for Lukashenko? And weighing their personal experience against the media that are available. And that's a very media literate, media savvy population. Certainly not everyone. Some people buy the Belarusian propaganda hook, line, and sinker, but we do see people there who are very discerning in the media that they choose. And I think that speaks again to the idea that we need to build awareness about disinformation, that we need people to scrutinize their information sources and be a little bit more discerning about what they're consuming and what they're sharing. And I think people being on the front lines of the disinformation war can really stem some of the amplification of the worst content that we see online.
You're right. Now stop my metaverse actually self, as Dimitris have noted. In order to keep a continuity, I kept the same shirt and the same tie. And let's have a 5 minutes break, and then we will enter the second round of our discussion. Okay, 5 minutes. to comment or to see a very interesting survey that have taken place in 2016 in relation with trust in advanced economies. What we are seeing is that strongly agree, somewhat agree, total agree. The question is about to what extent you trust internet. What we are seeing here that trust, it is related of how it has been presented before. But my question is trust depending on the status or related totally with the economical, political situation in every country? Chris, let's start from you.
You say that one more time just so I got it dead on.
Whether or not and to what extent trust in internet relates with the country and the population and the use.
Oh, sure. And this is going to be just off the top of my head. I don't have any statistics to back this up or any studies, though I think there should be one had, and if anybody's going for a PhD, it'd probably make for a good dissertation. I imagine education is going to be highly correlative, which will, of course, come down to economy in most countries, not all, but most. And so when you're looking at education, I imagine trust would actually go down with higher education while going up with lower education, simply because there's less media commands less authority the more educated you are because you have more experiences to give. And the less educated a population is, the more likely they're going to default to leaders, patriarchs, etc. That'd be my guess.
Great. Leila, the respondents, just a first comment regarding these statistics, and then the next question is, whom do they trust? Leila?
So I think the political and economic situation has a huge impact on how people view and trust their online experience, specifically politically, I think, obviously. And I think a graph like this it's interesting to view sort of this global perspective, but I think like to really, truly understand and be able to find solutions, you have to sort of zoom in on each single locality and understand like what are the specific elements and factors at play that influence how people interact with their online environment. And I think that post-COVID, we're also seeing this change where there has been a shift, a sort of rapid increase in the digitization of government services, of how, you know, we carry these like vaccine apps now to like prove you're vaccinated. And I think you're seeing people, as the reliance on digital technology is increasing, I think you are seeing trust decreasing because sometimes these technologies fail. So you have times where these apps simply don't work. And so people, they're not sort of foolproof solutions. So I think that they're very tied together, these two issues, to how people trust on the internet. But I think to truly understand them and to give like a meaningful analysis, you have to zoom in. What was the second question?
The second question was actually, whom do they trust? In the question, if you trust internet, who is actually the ones that we trust?
So I'm a bit cynical here. I don't really know who you trust and if there's anyone worth trusting. I think the platforms are not to be trusted. As we've seen, they fail to properly run these platforms globally, and mistakes happen again and again and again, and sometimes they have critical results of this lack of resources and attention being given, as we saw earlier with Jan discussing Myanmar, as we've seen in Gaza, as we're seeing today in Ethiopia. So I don't think the platforms are to be trusted, and I think when you look at democracies, maybe that's a place where there is a little bit of hope and where trust can sort of grow, because I don't think users trust authoritarian governments either. And I think that trust didn't exist before the internet. I think there was a strong distrust. And we saw, surveillance occurred before the internet, but now it's well-resourced, it's more widespread, it's more vast, and I don't think you see a high level of trust, obviously, in governments to police this as well, because when we do have governments who interfere with platforms and interfere with moderation, it's often in their own political incentives. So I do think it is important for democracies to try and establish some sort of global norms or some sort of standards that can be achieved or followed or like set as an example for other nations to try and follow. In the US, for example, with Facebook, there is opportunity to create meaningful data privacy legislation and try and have that extend beyond borders and into other areas where they operate, where you might see, like, where it would be much more difficult to imagine data privacy legislation being enacted. So I think by virtue of being in a democracy, there is somewhere there where you can try and improve things.
Biden?
Hi. So first with the question with who do they trust? I think like looking even before the internet, they will trust their friends, they will trust their families, some of them, they will trust their close circle. So, and this is why like we've seen in social media a lot of things amplified. So if you are reaching to somebody, then you are kind of, if you are convincing somebody, then other people, then he will convince or she will convince other people around it. So trust is kind of localized around your social circles a lot of the time, or the people that you are kind of following or that you are kind of looking up to them. This is kind of, from my point of view, where people, they get trust. Because they will see I share something and other people will see like, okay, I know this person because he's doing this and this and this, so I kind of believe his filters. And
Okay.
yeah.
Now let's turn to our public. Yeah.
It's open? Okay. We're talking about the trust, and you ask how to trust in the institution. I think the institution, the community can trust when they are active. For example, I will come back to Austria. The media in Austria publish the scandals about Vice Chancellor, and the persecutors of Austria reacted. And now there is a problem with the law. If in any country the institutions who is in charge for something, who serious media publish or investigative journalists publish with the facts, and the institution react for that, take steps, then community can believe in institutions. And normally in the media, to trust in the media, and especially in online media, first of all, the online media must stop running too much to publish exclusive contents when they don't have all the facts. In more places, because of the concurrence and too much online media, someone without good background, they publish everything what they hear without any facts. So if online media stop a little bit that running to publish everything. For example, you can take an example with The Guardian. You can read one text 6 hours. They don't change every minute like non-professional online portals do it. So to trust in institution, in journalists, we must work every day with facts, and people must continue see that you are seriously and you work with the fact, then they can start believing you.
So isn't that a paradox if we don't know whom to trust? How can we regulate someone that we don't know? Chris?
How do we regulate something that we don't know about? You see, there are known unknowns and unknown. No, okay. No, yeah, okay. Thank you. Don't get a chance to make a Rumsfeld joke very often. I don't know. I mean, I know on panels you're not supposed to say that, but I honestly don't know. I don't know how you regulate something that is ephemeral, that's something that's different person to person, that is within, like in the US, it'd be almost impossible due to our First Amendment speech laws. In Europe, they're trying very hard, but it's like playing darts blindfolded. I don't know the answer, I'm sorry.
Great. No, it's great.
Thank you. How do you regulate something you don't understand? Just look at the hearings in US Congress when they are speaking about high tech. So people have no clue about what they are discussing, but they are regulating it and they make decisions. That's really funny hearings, which actually helps a lot the big tech company, because they go there and give the general perception that these strange people in the Congress simply don't know nothing about Facebook or other like big tech, and sorry for them, but they look ridiculous. Coming back to the slide, the problem with a lot of this type of polls is that they have very few in common with sociology, because that's not the right question. Do you generally believe internet, or you or news on the internet? Because if you develop the question, everyone will say, okay, there are some websites, like news websites, which I rely on and I believe, and I know there are a lot of fake news, clickbait websites on the internet. So if you want to understand, we need to go deeper. Because otherwise, this type of question is actually a clickbait question. Yeah, and what's first in the mind, depending on a lot of circumstances, will be the response. Okay, if a person, a respondent, will remember the clickbait sites, let's say that. If he or she remembers BBC website and trust it, you'll say, I have the trust. Second big problem is with the general level of trust in institutions and in the mainstream or classical media. Countries like Germany, Japan, other well-established democracies have this general culture to trust the state institutions. Maybe not trust politicians, but because these institutions are pretty much professional and not so politicized as in many emerging democracies or transitional countries or new democracies, people can trust, police or states, different state services, doesn't matter who's in power. And this is actually the big problem. Actually, this is not about the level of trust in the internet. This is about the lack of trust in others. So people try to make a scale, and in this scale, internet is the less evil for them. So, and that's actually how I will finish here, because we are, for example, facing that now in Moldova. Lack of trust in the state institutions. We just had parliamentary elections. That was a huge win for the new party. And now, after only 3 months, they are empowered, and they don't understand why do people don't believe the government, don't believe the ministries, the state agencies. Because they thought that if the party is very popular, receives such a large support of people, then it automatically will mean that people will start to trust the institutions. And this is not how it works. Let us make it really quick. Aisha, you want to say something? Yeah, I do. Let us make it really quick, short answers in order to give the floor out not only to us, but also to our online speakers.
So I'm a journalist, and my job is to build trust. And what I would say is trust is relational, and it involves respecting other people's intelligence. I expect Alisher would say the same thing, right? Like, I approach sources, maybe you wouldn't, across cultures. You approach people in villages of Uzbekistan, right? Okay, so they're gonna give you something. It's a risk to them. Why are they gonna do it? You're gonna say, number one, these are my reasons. You don't just say, trust me because I look good. You reason with them. Without reasoning, without respecting their intelligence, there's no trust. So why should I do that? Why should I take a risk? Why should I do anything for you? Well, look, these are my convictions. These are my values. You might disagree with that, but that's why I think you don't try to manipulate a really good source. I mean, that's bad journalism and bad professionalism. You don't try to catch their attention, and clickbait's manipulative. If you really want a deep relational trust with someone, which is what it is, you respect their intelligence and you reason with them. And then when you write and when you make a product, it's entirely relational. If you read a good news story, it's going to have a lead. It's going to get your attention right away because it respects you and it respects your time. And then it's going to say, look, this is why this is important. These revelations show, they stole a bunch of money. You should care about this because schools and hospitals. And if you don't do that, then you're not respecting your reader. Platforms can't interact with people individually, and they often fail to respect people's intelligence or do any relational work around reasoning to work on people's trust. The only time I see it is when I'm on Facebook or Twitter and they remove an image, but they put over it, this image was removed because we don't want to show you someone like graphic content. And then, that moment maybe is a small trust moment from them because they're reasoning with you. They're saying, look, we're not trying to censor it, but you might not want to see that. But in general, right, if you're talking about a deep individual practice where you know an audience and you interact with them, if not individually, at least respectfully, like platforms have a long way to go. And the challenge of being relational is huge if you have billions of users.
Great. Just before the microphone is there, let me pass the floor to our online speakers as well if they want to make a short comment, and then back to the people. Matt, John, any short comment on that, on what we were discussing here?
Yeah, well, more to emphasize my support with the gentleman who was speaking before. I think it was the gentleman from Moldova. He's absolutely right. So the question is framed incorrectly. It's as good as saying, do you trust people? Because if we're looking at the internet, I mean, there was just a study. I was trying to find it. I have it up and I couldn't quickly browse enough to figure out which university it came out of. I think it was MIT, if I'm recalling. But essentially all it did is it showed that people have increasing distrust in information that they see online, but they continue to share information online and to cite information online. So a lot of what we're seeing in the distrust, at least according to their conclusions, is the fact that people are now starting to see more of what other people believe and how other people present their arguments or their perspectives on things. So you're seeing a high level of intergroup trust being developed and information exchanges happening intergroup. It's the or intragroup rather. It's the intergroup trust and the intergroup exposure, which is breaking people from the idea that information is objective online, that it's that kind of disconnect between one philosophy held by one cohort and one philosophy held by another, and the idea that you can't trust what that other cohort is putting out there. And so what we're seeing is a lot of the like kind of degradation of trust also has to do with the degradation of the filter bubble and the increasing amount of material that is being put online and is available to access online, and what might be disagreeable to one versus disagreeable to another. Again, aside from all the like general nonsense you see on the internet, like focusing on appropriate discourse. And this is something that is, going back to my points before, is evolutionarily distinct and evolutionarily scary. It's something that we're not prepared for. The overwhelming amount of information coming from groups that we wouldn't have to traditionally associate with because of our geospatial and socioeconomic boundaries that we generally built social group and social trust and social cohesion on in the past have now been pulled into question. Sorry, you're hearing my dog decide whether she wants to walk downstairs or not. And she'll deliberate for a long time. So yeah, there's a lot of that happening. There's also the element of the kind of socioeconomic and the education level inherent in the internet, and where things are being commented on, what's being commented on, and what level of information is being discussed by what groups. This is another study I'll send out to the group if there's a group chat. But that has contributed to a lack of trust because it's essentially people discussing the same issue in different fora, in different measures, and taking on different facts that are relevant to their particular strata. And that exposure to additional strata outside the context of the argument that you've set it up has been developed and kind of looked at as a distortion of facts, distortion of information, rather than it being a separate fora of information. So I actually could keep going on, but I think it's time to share.
So thank you. This is like amazing discussion. I really like these like fundamental type of discussions. So from our research, we found very interesting thing as a journalist. What Aisha said is very valid from the journalist point of view. How they think other side is, you know, how you can get the trust of the other side. But when you go to the other side, it's very strange because there's the thing called heat map. You know, you see how articles are read, you know, how audience read your articles, and you post like investigative report, really good. There's only headline on the heat map, and only comment section. No one read anything because they don't need truth. I mean, they don't need truth. Absolutely, they know everything. They know perfectly everything, like literally everything. And in terms of trust, they only trust themselves. And if they search for person, I mean, the trust is interest. If they have interest, then they look for parties to trust. You know, then they sort of trust to that person. In exchange, the interest is, let's say, observed. So it's a trust and interest. Truth is whether you search for truth or not searching for truth. And generally, ordinary people, they know everything. That's unfortunately.
Hi. I have a question regarding the problems between fake news and censorship. Because like you mentioned before, the trust in institutions is cultural, but how do you draw the line between censorship and freedom of information? Like the case that Aisha made before, that Facebook removes images that might hurt sensibilities or promote violence. How and where do you draw the line between what can be said, what can be shown, and what cannot? And I'm not talking about when we trust the institution, because everything is good as long as everything is good. But when the people, the entity in power, let's say is malicious, or just simply doesn't agree with you, or wants to abuse their power. So then how do you deal with that? How do you make sure that you walk the line in the correct way without abusing it?
I think that's a really good question because it basically gets at the fundamental issue of how we regulate and operate online. And currently what we're seeing is that like platforms are casting like a very broad stroke and removing mass amounts of content to basically like save their own reputation. And also, of course, like you want to avoid offline harm. But in that approach, so much gets removed that is innocuous content. So one of like the immediate ways, again, a lot of this comes back to more resources, but like a lot of these AIs use natural language programming, and these AIs are basically, AIs are created by people in Silicon Valley, and you need to bring in people who can help you look at these issues more closely and basically co-design your content moderation policy. Because we can't trust institutions or government, and I hate the term multi-stakeholder, but it is something where the more people you bring into the room, especially the more people with local experience, who can tell you in this specific region, here is where, like with Facebook in the Middle East, you see an over-moderation of content where, again, vast things get removed that are harmless. And then you see an under-moderation in other areas. So when it comes to harassment of women or LGBTQ individuals, that area is under-moderated, and that content stays online, and it's very harmful and also leads to offline harms. But it's like the priorities are not really where they should be, and that's where you need to be having these discussions about, in your specific country, region, neighborhood, like what are the priorities? But that's like, if they could get that right, it would be wonderful. But at least like getting closer to like that line as opposed to kind of like stepping way over it, I think is the goal.
But then like, if I can ask a follow-up question, brings another question, because like you mentioned, AI is being developed by humans, and so it has all the biases that humans have, and especially right now when it is developing in the Silicon Valley, where everyone is in their 30s, male, white, coming from top universities. So yeah, bringing diversity in is surely the first step. But, and I have two questions here. First,
let us hear the answers and then go back to questions. Can you explain simply what was the question?
yeah, I actually didn't ask the first question either. How do you make sure, first of all, that we have a complete representation in developing the AI? And second thing is that even though you have the perfect algorithm developed by the perfect human beings that have no biases whatsoever, that algorithm has to be trained on data. And right now, Facebook has the data, Twitter has it, but if I have a new startup that is coming out right now and I have like everything perfect, but I don't have the data to train the AI, then I'm not gonna be able to actually make it efficient.
So first of all, I think it's going to be impossible to create a perfect AI, and there will still be biases, and there will still be smaller and smaller communities of group of people that will be ignored, and with time, after they will be addressed, like the Chinese community in America will say like, hey, this doesn't happen, and they will be vocal, then it's going to be adapted. But it's impossible to create a perfect AI from my point of view. And about the fact that, yeah, like the data is kind of monopolized by the big companies, so they will get better. And also this, like we've seen Facebook, because Facebook is like, yeah, we should regulate, and a new social media company that will appear should only be able to appear if it has like $10 billion, so they can invest in like 5,000 fact checkers or in this training set. And this will just create a barrier of entry for everybody, and it will kind of stifle innovation. So it's not, I don't think it's the right way to do. I don't know exactly a solution. What, like, I'm a proponent of open data and open solutions. So one thing that we could see maybe regulated, it would be to oblige the big companies to share this data publicly. So this data set can be used by anybody to create and upgrade. So it's not going to be kind of their secret sauce that they have.
I agree completely with your answers, and I'm just going to build on it a little bit. I like when people say I'm biased, because there's nothing that's unbiased. What we would consider unbiased is bias against racists and homophobes, right? It is. It discriminates against people that believe that homophobia, that homosexuality, or people of color are bad. That is a bias, right? It's a bias that we socially accept, but it's a bias. So to say unbiased is actually impossible in this sense. And when it comes to the data set, it should be public, but there's a lot of personal identifiable information in that. It is a difficult thing. It's probably an impossible thing to do. And so, oh, sorry, hey, we keep all stepping backwards over and over. Okay. So, opening this data comes with its own myriad of other issues that don't really have to do with the topic of this discussion. And another reason that I hesitate to discuss opening that data is because those laws will be written by politicians who don't understand this. The same people that, as you mentioned, are already trying to regulate Facebook, but misunderstanding basic jargon that teenagers use, right? And that's open for a whole bunch of other issues. Not saying that we shouldn't do it, but there's a lot of caveats in this situation.
Costanza, 1 minute only. Just, John, can you hear us? John, can you hear us? Okay. Let's move then to the next question. No, David. David joined us as well. David was another speaker. John, David, can you hear us? Not John. David?
Hello, Nikos. I was hearing you and was following the conversation quite closely. However, for some reason, I was never introduced to the discussion. Probably a technical error on the part of your team because I was here since Armenia time. Happy to give a quick input, which luckily is on a topic that none of the co-panelists have covered so far, at least not to what I managed to capture so far, which is, since we're speaking about internet and democracy, one of the most relevant ways in which we express our democracies, in which we also create or help create our democracies, is free elections. And I believe that discussion should definitely include, and obviously we don't have a lot of time now to debate, but should include the topic of the tech sector and the impact the tech sector has when it comes to elections, not just in the US, but throughout the world. And I know Cambridge Analytica was mentioned by my fellow Romanian, but the discussion goes much more deeper than this. This is what the public knows. I used to work for Google for 4 years, so I know from the inside how much power for good or power for unintended harm these tech companies have. And just to give you a quick example, one of the roles I occupied while I was at Google, and I'm no longer at Google, so I'm speaking off the record, was to be the EU elections civics outreach fellow. So Google, as many other tech companies, supported the EU elections and its politicians to have a safe elections from cyber attacks as much as possible, and also campaign better using online tools. However, as part of my role was to see sort of issues coming up from different politicians that were forwarding their tech-related issues to us, but also from NGOs that were experiencing with problems with different tools that Google had, which concerned elections, like YouTube and Google Trends and so on and so forth. And the story goes, in a nutshell, because I don't want to take too much of your time, I was delivering a speech at a conference in Croatia outside of work, so it was not related to my work at Google, and I received a random email, or random at the time I thought, from a colleague in Slovakia, begging literally for help because it was to do with the presidential elections in Slovakia. There was apparently an issue with the AdWords of one of the candidates, which was not stopped at the time when it was agreed by law to stop campaigning. It was not something intentionally done. It was just an error with technology or with somebody in the candidate's team who forgot to do it. We still don't know exactly what it was. The issue at hand is that, luckily, and at the point I didn't know the gravity of the situation, I managed, together with my colleagues in Dublin, to solve the problem. And then Monday I found out that the candidate in question who had the issue actually won the elections. And God for Democracy, she was the candidate which many of us probably look up to, Ms. Chaputova, which obviously was a great success for democracy, but it just how maybe a lack of attention, or maybe not checking my email on a Saturday morning, would have led potentially to the other candidate winning. So this really proved to me how impactful not just external actors like Cambridge Analytica and other such companies who use some of the data provided by Facebook, and sometimes not for the best of purposes, but also how impacting individuals within these companies can be in really shaping our democracies and the way we do elections. Because if such a small act really could have changed the course of, I don't want to say history, not to be too dramatic, but the course of, let's say, that particular presidential elections, imagine how many others from other tech companies as well, not just Google, can be either missed or potentially to favor one candidate or the other. So I will leave this here, but as I said, I just want to make sure the election element is really highlighted in the discussion, because if we are talking about internet and democracy, the elections topic is probably one of the key ones to cover. So I'll stop here in the hope that we'll have a chance to debate it with the other co-panelists and with the public if time left. Thank you.
Very much for your contribution. This is it about, and the next question is, how can we ensure that the algorithms won't be only servicing profits, thus acting with biases and censorship? Let's start with Christopher.
Sorry, can you say that one more time? I just want to make sure.
How can we ensure that the algorithms will not only serve profit, and thus acting with biases and censorship? How can we promote
Sure.
public
In a capitalist society, you probably can't. Seriously. The algorithms that Facebook, Google, and everybody else uses are gigantic. There's more data that's put into them than you can possibly imagine. I don't care how many terabyte drives you have at home. There's infinitely more data that is used to this. There are hundreds of people weekly that often contribute to these algorithms. Nobody, not a single person, understands every aspect of them within these companies. I've sat down and talked to these engineers, and they're each, responsible for a very small little fiefdom within these algorithms. They're unauditable in a lot of situations. The business models of these companies simply can't operate with an audible algorithm in any way, shape, or form.
Leila?
Well, I agree that I don't think there is a way we can motivate these companies to make these algorithms, improve these algorithms without a financial motive. And I think all the evidence we've seen thus far is that they only act when there is a financial motive. And if there's no profit gains or margins to be made, it doesn't matter how much we beg and cry and scream, it's not going to push them. The one thing that is possible and could make some impact is looking at regulation and forcing some level of transparency within these companies, which then might force them to relook at their algorithms if they are working under the pressure that they are going to be exposed. So I kind of disagree, because I think having some sense behind this black box of how everything happens there puts more pressure on them that extends beyond the profit motives to try and improve things so that at least, when it goes public, they look good. But I think it's very hard. I don't think there's anything we could really do that will force them to improve their algorithms without financial motive.
I'm not sure exactly what to add to this, in the sense that, they have a business. They're not an NGO. They're not a public good company. So they will need to make money, and regulations and other things like that are kind of the only things that will incentivize them to do more than they should or they want to do. And they will do it until or they will see, okay, how it's hurting our profit. If it's, I don't know, I'm trying to imagine if you would require a lot of fact checkers because the algorithms are not working that good. So, okay, maybe there would be a GDPR fine if you get it wrong. So I would imagine them trying to, I don't know, make it harder for people to post so they have less fact checking to do. They would need to look at their balance sheet.
The fact checking thing already happens, and they just use it as a cover. That's all Zuckerberg did. He hires a bunch of fact checkers to fact check content on Facebook so he can go in front of Congress and say it is not our responsibility. We offshored it to fact checkers around the world.
But as someone who works for one of these fact-checking organizations, sure, we can't fix it all tomorrow, but trying to minimize that harm, I think it is impactful in trying to remove some of the pollution in this information ecosystem.
I don't disagree. I think it's better than the nothing alternative for sure. But there's a lot of, it's not an altruistic motive that they're doing this for. They're still doing it for profit and for fiduciary duty and protection.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's altruistic, but I think I don't think fact checkers on Facebook are a bad thing.
Oh, no. I do hate the fact that Facebook basically pays for 50% of fact checking in the world, though.
Slido is with the problems regarding fake news and trust in institutions, that it's cultural. How do you draw the line between censorship and freedom of information? Let's start with David online and then move it offline. David and John?
Again, not being there present, unfortunately, I was not to comment on the last debate and something to add. So on the last topic, if I may, as opposed to answering this new question, and the thing I wanted to add is something which is, again, often forgotten by people working outside of these organizations who are indicating that regulation is the solution. And I still believe and I think now most tech CEOs believe regulation or some sort of regulation is an important solution, and they seem to be unanimously agreeing with it, or at least to the idea of regulation. However, nobody mentioned the power engineers have in this company, software engineers, and I've seen with my own eyes at Google, but it's the same across tech companies in Silicon Valley. If you manage to sway the engineers to do something, maybe even if it's something opposed to what the company does in terms of policy, you can sway the company eventually, because the engineers are the engine of these companies. And if engineers do a strike, and it happened before at Google with Project Maven, and it happened at other companies as well, if they stop working, the money doesn't come in. So I would definitely think more, because I don't have the answer, but I would think more, what can we do to, be it advocacy, some sort of soft lobbying, to influence the engineers who build these algorithms as these technologies on behalf of the tech companies? Because if you have their ear, and if you manage to gently at least provide a different perspective to some of the work they do, you might eventually sway the way the does policy and as they make.
It's running a hybrid event that it has this type of difficulties, but Constanza, you wanted to ask something.
No.
Okay, so then we go to the next question that I have for the panelists. It is about, do you think that we can regulate, or it is too late?
Definitely, like, nothing is too late. Like, maybe not even climate change, I don't think it's too late. And I will stop at this.
I don't think it's too late to regulate, but I don't think we're thinking of the right regulation. I think we need to look at monopoly regulation, in that Facebook should not have been able to buy Instagram. They should not have been able to buy WhatsApp. They should not be able to consolidate themselves into this behemoth that they are. Google's main way of doing business is to buy up every competitor that's out there. Same with Facebook, same with most of these organizations. They don't want competition, and the SEC allows it. They completely abdicate all responsibility. And so we need to look at monopoly rules and regulations instead, I think.
Laila?
So I think when it comes to regulation, it's a bit of a free-for-all right now, and every country is kind of doing their own thing. And so in some places, like in Europe, for example, you're seeing like really ambitious and good attempts. But then in other places, like in the Middle East, you're seeing very repressive laws being enacted that are governing the online space and serving political motives. So, for example, there's a number of activists in many countries, but in Egypt, they have some of the most repressive online laws, and a lot of this was in response to the Arab Spring and realizing, oh, we need to control this online space where people are meeting and talking, and just like offline spaces that are policed, we need to also police these online spaces. So the number of people who have been charged for spreading false news, who are just activists, and who sit in jail and cannot appeal their charges is immense. And so that's where I think democracy plays the most pivotal role, is that any sort of digital rights setback or human rights setback that occurs in a democracy is going to be exploited and lead to a greater violation in places where rights are more fragile. So democracies do have this duty to try and bring the bar up so that hopefully other countries can at least have some sort of example. But I think regulation is, like what we're seeing right now in the regulation space in many countries, is very dangerous.
Thank you, Laila. Matt? Matt, can you hear us?
Yeah, just a little bit of a delay, I think. So I agree with Laila. She made some very salient points there. And I think one thing that gets lost in this conversation, and a kind of common theme that I've heard in the last couple questions, particularly as it pertains to algorithms and regulations, is I think it's important for us not to ignore the fact that the media information space has always been consumed and questioned, consumed and primarily run by for-profit institutions who have their own agendas. I mean, this isn't something that is strictly limited to what Facebook ensures that, someone sees online versus what they don't. That's the same sort of editorial concern that has been guided by economic principles in newspapers, on television channels. And there's I would hope that there's a consistency and pull on those kind of traditional information spaces as much as there is on the digital. And that when we're looking at this, we're looking at the larger trend in that and whether companies should have as much control over information flow and how to regulate that as a whole, because access to information is a human right. And as Leila kind of alluded to, it's a human right that's being cracked down when people are not allowed to express themselves, whether online or in print or in any other medium. And the idea that we can regulate our way out of that by focusing on let's say, one information landscape while not looking at a holistic approach, I think is bound to fail and is actually trying to tackle uncomfortableness around certain issues rather than getting to the root cause, the root concern. But fortunately, this is something that's being discussed right now in Washington. We have it's virtual, but we have the Summit for Democracies right now, where these issues are going to be discussed, where information flows and information opportunity, information access and participation rooted in that information is going to be, first and foremost, a matter of pertinent concern. So looking at that in terms of how it exists online, maybe stopping fearing algorithms as much, or algorithms outmoding, traditional media information environments, and looking at, why 6 or 7 companies own the vast majority of television and print newspaper outlets. All of this becomes a question of where does it roll in our society and where do people have an opportunity to participate with it.
Internet to break out the monopoly of the previous media conglomerates, or we actually have ended up building another monopoly. David, and then.
Sorry, I only part of your question. Please repeat the question.
To do so, to open up to free the media space. Did we end up in creating other media monopolies or different type of monopolies that we might be difficult to tackle?
Unfortunately, I only heard again the last part with regarding monopolies. So first part of the question, I couldn't hear it, unfortunately. Sorry. Maybe somebody in your team can write it on WhatsApp or somewhere I can see it as well, because I guess it was a long question since I only heard part of it.
I will send it to you through WhatsApp.
Thank you.
I'm by no means like an expert in, there's echo, okay. I don't know, I will say that out front, but I do wonder, right now these are well-resourced companies, they're billion-dollar corporations, and to break them up and to sort of split those resources, I don't necessarily know if that is the benefit. I think maybe pressuring them to use those resources could lead somewhere. But I truly don't know, but I do wonder if splitting these companies up and splitting up all their resources and then having to lobby several more companies to try and make changes, I don't know if that's the solution. I'm not saying one way or another, it's just something to consider.
What if we just sue them for $2 billion like we did the tobacco companies, and then we take the billions and we use it to fund the crypto anarchists to figure the internet out? I mean, the lawsuits are that's what's scaring Shell right now. Yeah. What do you think?
Well, I think fines are useful, and I think it's a cost of doing business, because the fines so far that they faced have been pretty minimal compared to their bottom line. But if we increase the fines, maybe.
Yeah, like how much did Philip Morris pay? I think like $1.5 billion in the EU alone. Wasn't enough, but did some things maybe. I don't know. Has anyone considered a lawsuit against big tech? That must be happening, right?
For what though?
Well, couldn't you do like a class action about the Instagram? So, revelations that Instagram knew that teenage girls were more likely to commit suicide or what was it, to develop eating disorders as a result of their platform. Well, they knew that. That's like pretty much the same as lying about cancer. It could be argued to be the same, and I think that was the first class action against the tobacco companies.
I don't disagree with that. Sorry, nobody can see up back here. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a good point.
Okay. Now the question is how we can rebuild trust. If we have lost trust, how we can rebuild it. David, let's start from you.
It's surprised that you started with me because I was now just preparing to add a comment to what was just said, because in regards to what one of the participants mentioned, there is actually examples of citizens in the EU, because he's not alone, who have taken action and have filed suits against some of the tech companies, including Facebook and Google. One of them is the Austrian privacy activist called Max Schrems, and I've shared the link in this chat of the tool you're using. I'm not sure if any of the participants can see it, but it's an interesting case study how individuals can file their own lawsuits against these tech companies. And at least in the EU, where we do have GDPR and other imperfect regulations, there is chances of winning. However, to close the loop and what I wanted to add on this particular question, I don't think finding tech companies is ultimately going to help, because it's the amount of money they have in power and the amount of incredible people that they employ to counter some of these lawsuits makes the ideas very unlikely to bear fruit. Another thing that was brought up was breaking tech companies up. I don't think that's a solution either, and I think that if you break up a Facebook now into Instagram, WhatsApp, and Messenger, for instance, it will be a bit too late, and you would just create 4 huge companies that will probably start buying smaller players as well. What I think from everything that was discussed, that I think I agree with, and that might be a solution, at least at the EU level, because I cannot speak on behalf of our American colleagues and co-panelists, since I'm not as familiar with the way things work back there. But in Europe, I think more money should be funneled into innovation, into startups. I mean, we do have examples of young companies who haven't been yet bought by any of the tech giants, be it Spotify or UiPath coming from our own Romania, who are sort of finding their own niche within the tech space and are being incredibly successful. And I think more could come, more such companies coming out of Europe and beyond, if the time and energy spent on finding some of the tech companies should be also spent at least equally with trying to help innovation. And I know the EU is doing a lot, at least in terms of discussion about the topic, because they're discussing a lot in Brussels innovation. But I think at the end of the day, the amounts of the funding that is being attracted at the EU level doesn't even compare to the funding that is being given to small and medium companies and startups in the US or China. So as long as the money is not reaching, I think innovation will not happen. Eventually, the tech companies will win if this money doesn't go where it belongs. And maybe to answer just briefly, Nico, your question, because I did owe you an answer for the other one as well. So in order not to have the same situation, how do we regain trust? Is I think by us consumers being more outspoken as well, and this will trigger our governments maybe to do more in the future. So that's one thing, to really voice our concerns directly to these companies, or even to use their tools. And I refer now to Facebook, given the monopoly they have over social media, use these same tools to raise awareness about some of the concerns we all have when it comes to the way the content is being moderated, for instance, or the way it's being policed. One other thing we can do is to start helping our politicians or civil servants understand technology, because we all know, and it was mentioned in this panel earlier, rightfully so, when we had hearings both in the US in Congress, but also at the EU level in Brussels, there was a huge discrepancy of know-how between what the policymakers knew and understood about technology, the tech they're trying to regulate, and what actually the tech experts know about policy. So now I think their favor is on behalf of the tech sector, which both understands the technology better than the policymakers, and increasingly so finds the policy loopholes to avoid regulation. So as long as policymakers don't understand the technology, that's already a starting point which was lost. But I think we still have time to help educate policymakers across the EU and beyond into what these technologies they're trying to regulate are actually doing and how do they work. So I'll stop here with these two potential solutions.
How can we rebuild trust? Probably there is a sound lapse. Hear us? Okay, we will try again. How can we rebuild? Matt, can you hear us now?
Yeah, now I can hear you. So I think there's a lag in the switch. So when you address the name gets cut off. But okay, so how to rebuild trust. So it's important to recognize interplay between society and its products. Society produces products, and then the products inform society. This is how it's traditionally gone. So the idea that our platforms, the tools that we were given, are not a reflection of ourselves is a little bit, perhaps, I think, naive. If we can look at biases built into Facebook, built into digital communication technologies, we notice that as society changes, society evolves, so do those products. Things like pronouns that are now available, and or an expanded set of pronouns or personal identifiers that are now available on Facebook, Instagram, etc. Reflection of where society has gone. And a lot of the conversations are very important conversations around identity and communities, particularly those who are not given a platform beforehand. If we talk about and particularly the transgender community, that was implemented on Facebook as a result of the conversations that were happening on Facebook. So conversations that were not really being moved ahead significantly with such speed or with such volume in other platforms on television or radio, newspaper, etc. That went back and informed the technology itself, and the technology reacted to that. So there is an interplay. So it is really, when it comes to rebuilding trust, something that is a little bit incumbent upon us. We can talk about regulation, we can talk about all that, and all that is very, very important, but it really comes down to how we as the end users use these products and inform what we're looking to receive from them and how we're looking to engage on them. Because if we go back to that profit motive argument that everyone was talking about, the thing is these platforms are going to adopt to ensure that we still use them and that we still find value in them. Because if we don't find value in them and we stop using them, that profit incentive is gone. There's no profit to be had. So we as users have a responsibility to dictate what we think is going to be the most useful application of these. If you're finding that certain things are not valuable to you, don't use them, or change how you use them, change the discussion, create a community around it. That's where these things have been really important. And feed back into that feedback loop. Don't take it as something that is being served to you. Take it as something that you can serve too. Because that is how this medium has worked. It's how every transformative, revolutionary medium has worked heretofore. So take your role with it, go with it, and embrace it. Governments will do the same if we see our citizens kind of moving in that direction. That's what my job is the department recognized that we needed someone, as was mentioned, a civil servant who can go and inform people about how these things work, how the organizations have changed society, and how we have to fit in with it, and what we can do to kind of protect it and foster a more enabling environment as we see fit. So go into that interplay, embrace your role and your discursive power in that interplay, and move from there.
Great. So Matt actually underlined, because we missed a part, underlined the importance of promoting media digital literacy as a tool actually to rebuild trust. Leila?
So that actually feeds really well into what I was going to say as well. Because yeah, as users, we have to demand more of these platforms. And so the Santa Clara Principles ask for three things: numbers, notice, appeals. So first, tell us, give us data on the number of takedowns that are happening for hate speech, for terror content, for any sort of violation of the community standards. So at least we have some sense of how big this problem is. The second is notice. So when an individual's content is removed, we need specifics about why that content was removed. We can't just say, oh, this violated our community standards, this was hate speech. What under the hate speech categorization resulted in this being removed? And the third is appeal. So there needs to be a process for users who feel their content was removed incorrectly to appeal and to have some sort of communication to these platforms. And I know Facebook is rolling out an appeals process in English, but again, only in English right now.
Okay. So totally agree with what you said, and even some days ago, one of my comments was removed because I don't know why. But I usually, and also I've seen a lot of focus on Facebook, and it makes sense because yeah, it's the biggest. But we need to think of trust in general, and I think the solution is when everybody, each of us, will start being more informed and being more aware. And I have here some cards. You can find them on yourbias.is. There are some critical thinking cards and some fallacy cards. And I would want to start with some of them and to show of hands if you know what they mean. So one of the fallacies, ad hominem. Raise your hands if you heard about the ad hominem fallacy. So we have 1, 2 hands, 3. So around 10%, 15% of you know. If somebody wants to explain, what is it? Okay, so for example, ad hominem is the idea when you attack, and each card, what are really nice with this is that is written here, attacking your opponent's character or personal traits in an attempt to undermine their argument. And basically, they have an example, like after Sally presents an eloquent and compelling case for a more equitable taxation system, some ask the audience whatever we should believe anything from a woman who isn't married and probably eat her warm burgers. Whatever. That's an idea of, and we've seen this happening a lot in different conversations when you're trying to make a logical case and then like, yeah, but look at your hair, or you're gay, or whatever. This is a fallacy, and we should name it, because if not, yeah, maybe you're a jackass, maybe you're something, but no, actually what they're doing is a fallacy. The other is like anecdotal, where you're using personal experience or an isolated example instead of a valid argument, especially to dismiss statistics. Appeal to nature, which is really, we've seen it a lot, where like, no, I would do that, but no, this is natural, like, and they have here an example, like, yeah, somebody comes and they present, like, we've seen like a lot of people selling stuff that are natural because natural is much more good. This is a fallacy. Not everything is more natural, and you could see like, okay, if it's natural, then why do you, I don't know, use the toilet, go into the nature? This is natural, but yeah, so this is another fallacy, and there is like 50 cards like this, and you can find them for free and download. And there are also biases that exist, like the curse of knowledge. The curse of knowledge means that once you understand something, you presume it that is obvious to everybody, and everybody understands it, and that's totally false. And I personally fall to this a lot of times, and we should be mindful of this bias and understand, okay, this is the bias that we have, so when you are speaking with somebody and they will not understand or they will not have our point of view, try to see, okay, do they have the same information that I have? Do they possess the same things or not? Another one is anchoring. The first thing you judge influences your judgment of all that follows. And we've seen this, and you will have like even people that are anti-vaccinated, but they have kind of their first thing and they're kind of, they're biased, so it's gonna be harder to kind of change the point of view because I already have this and they will be like my precious. And what I really like about this is because we don't need to act like, and now we are kind of acting like some elites, like, okay, we are standing comfortable in our forum and conferences and discussing between ourselves, but people in reality, they will meet in bars, they will meet in their homes and things like that. And we should see, okay, how we could come with this kind of information to them. And what I like about this, that they have also like how you could play with some of this, and they have like a drinking game, because a lot of people drink. This is a reality. Let's accept and let's see how we could come where people are. And the example, one example, and I will say just this: lay all 24 cars down, watch a political show or watch a TV channel or somewhere, and the first player to vocally identify a fallacy being committed can nominate someone to drink. Repeat until equilibrium of idiot, whatever. So the idea is that, and what is also nice is they also have a poster that you can print, and like one of the things would be like, let's put it in schools. If we print these kind of posters, one for the fallacies, one for the biases, and we put them in schools, at least when, because usually children will be bored and they will look at the wall or stuff like that, or they will look now in their phones, but still they would at least know that this something like this exists, because if not, this is a language. Like mathematics is a language, everything is kind of, in a way, a skill or a language that we need to learn. And critical thinking is also a language that we should develop, and that a lot of us doesn't possess, and it's something that we should learn how to do. And then if we know it, then we can also teach others. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So another suggestion was actually to build upon critical things. Gamification has shown to be actually an effective element in order to include it. So that takes us back to the initial question of trust and the internet. Final comments, Leila.
So yeah, coming back to sort of the central question of this panel, I think when you look at disinformation online and people who are susceptible to it, and the offline harms like the January 6th insurrection, a lot of that is built on distrust of mainstream media outlets, of government, and so they look for other sources that do reinforce their own worldview. And I've sort of done a lot of interviews trying to find how do we change this way of thinking? People who have, gone to the dark side of QAnon, how do we like bring them back to truth? And actually it comes back to what Florian said, there is no magic answer, but one of the things that has been shown to work is having people who are close to them, as in friends and family, approach them, and that is a place where they do trust those individuals, so you can try and like move their barometer a little bit away from propaganda to something that's a little bit more accurate. So I do think in terms of disinformation online, trust is a fundamental thing and why it is able to proliferate, but it could also be the thing that could try and minimize its harm.
Thanks. I'm going to, for my final comment, go back to the theme that I started this with, which is that we need to consider not just our own lived experiences on these platforms, but also how these companies operate on a global scale, how they operate on a local scale outside of our own localities and communities. Otherwise, we will get EU regulation, we'll get US regulation, but similar to go back to the tobacco example, when tobacco companies were regulated within the US and the EU, they instead upped all of their advertising in sub-Saharan Africa. And that's the same sort of thing that will end up happening if we don't look at this from a much more holistic and global scale, and how these companies operate within other communities, not just our own. Thank you.
Great. Vaidin?
I trust on the internet. I think I wouldn't put my trust in the internet. I would try to put trust and knowledge in the citizens that are using the internet, and develop their critical thinking skills, because just relying, and I do not think that trust on the internet is, in a way, something that we can achieve.
Thank you. David? On the internet?
I mean, Yeah, I don't think what else I can ask. Well, I can add what the co-panelists haven't added already, or I have mentioned in the previous call, except indeed the idea of do a lot more self-filtering when we use these platforms, and at the same time to really ask them for better policing and for better enforcement of their tools. So I do believe is as much as indeed governments should probably do more, we've all been witnessed in the past governments delaying action sometimes to try, as my panelists just mentioned, we should definitely help build with trust within us citizens, and really be the ones who are taking action at an individual level and then collective level as well.
Matt?
Sure. So I too am going to go back to my point that I started off with, that is that trust is a concept born from a process that is both births and is reinforced by social cohesion. Trust on the internet and trust online, trust in information has more to do with one's ability to feel comfortable within a society and efficacious within a society. The internet is a reflection of that, of where people are both online, but more importantly, where they are in the real world. If we want to go and build trust online, we have to go back to reinforcing the social cohesions that trust has been most beneficial within throughout the majority of our time on that. And figuring out how the internet can contribute to that, what we have to do to advance that, and what we can do to shift that and back towards that is where we're really going to see the feedback to us, where we have a productive and prosperous online environment for the sustainable future.
And before closing the session, yes, you want?
I would like to add something I think we missed in this discussion. This is the role of the government in the rebuilding trust in information, which actually equals, in my understanding, with the refusal of people to believe disinformation and propaganda. There are some like similitudes, and one like basic narrative for majority of the fakes and conspiracies or conspiracy theories is that the government, and it doesn't matter, that could be the national government or most often the US government, is hiding something. And it can be countered only with real attention to transparency on one hand, and the proactive, kind or I don't know, empathic communication from the governmental agencies. Because if they will do the work to disclose information, not simple to take the attitude that we haven't something to hide, just ask and we will present, but really to pay a lot of attention, time, energy, effort to disclose as much information as is possible. So the general public will have said, oh, look, this government actually has nothing to hide from us. Second is integrity, because every, like 1 in 1,000 conspiracy cases, or in 10,000, at the end could appear to be true. And like some governments or one government have hidden the information. Then it has an impact on the general perception of the public, much more important than other 10,000 debunking we are doing. Because, they just extract one case and say, actually, about that case also was said that it is a conspiracy or this is fake, but at the end that was true. This is mainly the responsibility of the governments. The rebuilding trust in institutions will change a lot together with media literacy, with critical thinking, but very often people trust in conspiracies from because they think they think critically. So they are not trusting simply like, I don't simply trust the mainstream media or the government. I'm a critical thinker. That's why I'm researching in the shady parts of the internet to find QAnon and other stupid stories.
Great.
So here I think that the role of the governments is enormous.
Great. With this last comment, I will emphasize that trust, it is totally related with being critical, with looking forward, and actually being applying research analytical skills in the internet. I would like to thank all the panelists for taking the time and sharing their thoughts, as well all of you that you actually contributed a lot. Matt, David, thank you very much, because trust is a tricky thing, but the most important is whom do we trust. Thank you very much for being with us. In a few minutes, we will have a break for 5 minutes, and then we will actually present you the new DCN platforms that reflects the structure of DCN and how DCN has been flourished and developed, and actually the next steps. Thank you. 5 minutes break. Where is Oscar? Okay. Digital Communication Network is doing a very important step, and this step is launching our new platform. A platform that embraces all the things that DCN stands and is, a platform that will be a major point of communication and actually promoting our community. I am president of DCN Global, but I think that this title, it is attributed and it is worth to Franak Vyakorska, whom I would like to pass the floor in order to say a few words. Franak, together with so many other people, were the driving force. It was not a personal achievement, but it was rather a community effort that we will continue to build upon. Franak, the floor is yours. Cannot hear you. Franak, we cannot hear you. You are muted. You are muted.
Do you hear me now?
Franak? Thank you. Please.
How about now? Does it work? Yes? Good. So finally. Thanks so much, everyone. Thanks, Nikos. Thanks, team. I think this is the team effort, and everything DCN has achieved. This is the result of many days, many nights of big work of big people. So DCN, it's of course it's also about values, and the values is about freedom. It's about democracy. It's about making lives of our societies better. Of course, internet and digital space, all the technologies are dual use. They can be used for good, they can be used for bad. We all dictators around the world, and particularly in Belarus, are misusing internet to identify enemies of the state, to hunt activists and volunteers and to punish them. But also, without technologies, without social networks, without internet, we will not see such beautiful, awesome movements, revolutions, and revolts around the globe, which brought so many happy moments and freedom to so many countries. The DCN idea is about connecting people. It's about bringing the best ideas and transforming these ideas into brilliant projects. It started already many years ago with the exchange, when many of us and many of those who are present right now in the room visited the United States to learn from best of the best. But I must say that many of those back from these exchange programs, they already realized such great projects, so they can be trainers already and come to the United States and to explain and to teach how to use technologies for good. So this is about creativity, this is about experimentation, this is thinking out of box. During last 5 years, dozens of communities created and implemented many interesting projects, and I think the platform will help all of us to see what was done good, what was done not so good, what can be done better, and we will be able to scale the best projects and the best ideas to other countries and to other regions. DCN, it's also about mindset. It's about thinking, making these thoughts reality. I hope that the platform will help you to achieve what you want and will be usable, will become your place where you can find tools, not only connections, in order to implement what you dream about. Again, thanks to everyone who is in Armenia these days. Thanks to everyone who is in virtually. I miss you all so much, and I hope we will be gathering offline, in person, more often soon, and this horrible era of COVID will end. So let's be together. Let's fight together. Let's dream bold, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Franak. We are really happy to have you at least online. Yes, DCN, as Franak mentioned, DCN is a community of professionals, community of people who are like-minded, who are sharing the same values, and who are working in digital communications sphere. For me, DCN is well, I will say the first ever digital community that I was a part of, and it was a very interesting experience. As Franak said, DCN has come a long way. We started many years ago, and we transformed so much. We started as a group of enthusiasts who were willing to share their experience and who were willing to bring together new people. And right now we are a global organization represented in Europe, in Africa, and in Asia. And it's a very crucial thing for us to have such a platform where we can represent all that we are doing, all that we are representing, and all that we can offer to our community. And this tool will allow us to bring together all of you, all of current DCNers and new ones, and to allow all of you to communicate to each other, to find right partners and the right people to talk. So with this, I would like to pass the floor to our Mariana Tanagia, who will present the actual platform. So Mariana, the floor is yours.
Hi all, I hope that you can hear me. I'm super excited for this moment. Actually, I'm very sad that I cannot be there with you, but I've been watching you through YouTube, and these 2 days were so inspiring. I'm very excited because this platform was always a goal from DCN, and today this goal comes true. We are more than happy to present you DCNglobal.net. This platform aims to coordinate global activities and efforts in countering disinformation and, of course, improving the digital space. DCN platform will serve as the coordination center and content hub for digital communication experts, journalists, activists, governments, when all of them want to search for handy tools and resources, or to order expertise and consultancy, or even what my colleagues said, building useful connections. DCN platform accessible via browser, and of course has a mobile-friendly version and responsive design. The platform follows international standards of security. Data privacy is on a high priority for DCN. And you can visit someone, okay, yes, I see it right now. You can visit DCNglobal.net in order to all that DCN Global offers to our community, like trainings and mentoring, funding tools and support, events like this one and like other online or offline events that we organize during the year, content and media products, research, publications, and things based on our experts on this field. and of course, consulting and project management. Moreover, you can find exclusive content on all areas of expert DCN Global. It's combating disinformation, all our activities on that, media and digital literacy, trends in digital technology, digital media, gaming and gamification for social good, and of course, internet and data privacy and security. These are the 6 main areas, let's say, of expertise of this global community. And you can find our activities and our new things, etc. This is the main menu of the platform. As you can see, you can find also DCN worldwide because Digital Communication Network goes global, and you can stay updated for news from DCN Europe, Africa, DCN South and East Asia. And you can also find the information about hubs that provide physical or virtual space to create. This is here is about, we talk about connecting people. This platform will give you the opportunity to join this global community. Again, we will use a high standard rating system for people who joined because we want to ensure that this online community will be of high quality. And you can see that if you, I want Anna, in order to see, and one slide before, and before, yes, being accepted, you will be notified with an email, and this time you can log in and create your profile. This is me. You can add your bio and your info, your working languages, and everything you want, like as a personal, as an expert, as a professional. And by joining DCN Global Community, you will be able to connect and chat with other professionals. It's the next slide. And you can be meaningful, impactful connections with other members of this global community. And the other feature that this platform has is that you can filter and find professionals by country, region, expertise, and sector. Here is the chat feature. You can connect with people that they are professionals from all over the world, and you can create new connections. And you can filter by country, region, areas of expertise, and sector in order to find professionals from all over the world and implement projects. Both open to public and members only versions will ensure access and navigation across all the services. Again, the security standards are very high. We want to ensure you that all your data will be kept safe. On this stage, this platform is online and available to all. We are continuing to upgrade it in order to offer more exclusive content and features like creating or other things to this global community. Visit global.net, love it, bookmark it. I hope that you will be one of your favorite URL links. And as the hashtag says, better together. So I hope that this moment will be the launch of something super cool for all of us. And I would like to thank all great members of this global team all over the world. It's happy to see you either virtually or offline.
Thanks a lot, Mariana. Basically, this is the link. You have to check it out because this team did a really great job. And the website is very intuitive. It's very like user-friendly, and you will see. To make things forward, I will pass the floor to our executive director, Ashkan Grigoryan. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. And thank you for the organizers, for the team there in the background, and for the team in the background of the platform. So I don't have much to say for the moment, but you just need to discover yourself what is DCN offering through the website. You will find a lot of stuff that would be interesting for you, and would find a lot of things that could generate ideas that you could connect with us. DCN platform is the platform that is going to connect you and others, like-minded people, and DCN in general is the platform, is the community that brings ideas and brings projects, brings people together to make our societies better, our communities better, and ourselves better experts in our fields. For me, DCN has been a life-changing process. Now, as I am in a process of developing myself inside DCN and developing DCN with you, with each of you and all of you. And I would, again, very much thank to all those people, particularly Frana Kwiaciorka, with whom I had my first acquaintance with DCN when we were together as speakers in Georgia, and we miss you very much, Franak. And I will thank you all DCN team members, DCN president, DCN stakeholders, everyone for making this journey happen. And thank you all for joining us to our journey. And hopefully we are going to stay with you in the future. I will pass the floor to Diana. Diana, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, really nice seeing you. It reminded me that we haven't all of us been in the same room for a while now. But congrats to Mariana for doing such a great job on coordinating the work on the platform, because the platform, as she also said, it was always the idea, because if you are an activist, you need to, if you are involved in doing social good, if you are involved in changing the world, there are two important things there. First, to him and to work as a team, not with the boss and workers underneath, but with colleagues, with the ones you are shoulder by shoulder and create together things. And the second most important one is the results, to have the results. There are a lot of people who say they are changing the world, but they are not really changing the people near them. So for me, things together are the essence of the platform and of the idea why I joined DCN, and I believe in the project of DCN, because these two things for me are the basis of the project, and I'm very glad to be in this team. It's been also a very nice journey and very wild journey this last year and a half, I think, since when we got online. But and I'm very sure next year's will be even crazier, and I'm very glad to be part of the team, and not to take so much of your time. Looking forward to connect in various other events. So have a good day.
As you and Ash mentioned, that DCN is actually a process, is actually a transformation, and I would say DCN is a process that doesn't recognize any borders. That's why during the past year and a half we expanded so much, and I would like to pass the floor to our dear colleague based in Zimbabwe. Aura, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Lucine. Hi, everybody. I hope you can all hear me clearly. Just a thumbs up if you can. Yeah, so my name is Aura. I'm from DCN Africa, a fairly new member, fairly new part of the team. I'm very, very grateful and excited to be part of such an incredible organization. DCN honestly has turned my world on its head in a very good way. It's a very positive experience. My first interaction with DCN was in 2018 when they held the Business of Truth conference in Johannesburg in South Africa. And in that conference, I got to see sort of the potential of what Africa could do when we come together and we collaborate with not just fellow Africans from different countries, but with the rest of the world. And I think it's really something to commend, that it's DCN Global is not just in word. I've had the privilege of being to about 3 DCN events now, and I can guarantee it's not just about saying, oh, we're global, we're international. No, they really are. And they really connect with people from all corners of the world. And I can't wait until it becomes such a massive force. And congratulations to Mariana on working on such a fantastic platform, and the whole team. It's just been really amazing being a part of it. And in terms of DCN Africa, I think there's so much potential and so much greatness to be unleashed through DCN, through the DCN global community, and through the platform. We're 60% young people, so we've obviously got all the energy and ready to go. But yeah, not to take too much of your time. Can't wait to meet everybody again in person and to see what the platform can do and how we can be better together. Thank you.
Comment from Aura, better together, and special thanks, and I would like you to applaud to Luzin, Asken, Franak, Diana, Aura, Mariana that she created that, and Vladimir, Spencer, and Anna as well for having all this work. We believe we will continue to work, and this is something that we want you with us to this joint trip. Thank you very much. Now I would like to pass to our last guest speaker, Global Engagement Center Deputy Director. Yes? Okay. Okay, in 2 minutes we will pass there, but I will just take the time in order to let you know that as it has been presented before, there is going to be a special section dedicated to our community. It's not going to be open for everyone, only to our community, because the community has specific standards upon which we work. It's about responsible community. It's not about a community that it's not binding by values. These values we support, and this is why join the platform, because it's going to be our major space in order to explore and take into advantage all the opportunities offered. For us, it has been part of a really hard work that has been done mostly from Mariana, but the whole team that you just have seen now. It is something that we feel very proud, because it takes us to another step. It's about internet, in this case, promoting democracy, and internet, in this case, promoting or giving us technical capabilities to do stuff and things. So join us, because we are better together. I will take also the time in order to learn you some Greek, how to pronounce Omicron variation, in order to make the most out of this trip. Because if we continue not to be vaccinated, I think that you will have to learn the whole Greek alphabet, which I hopefully not. And yes, we are about to have Mr. Stoll. Mr. Stolz, can you hear us? Yes. Okay, now we are online, and we have with us from the U.S. Department of State, the Global Engagement Center Deputy Coordinator, Mr. Stolz. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for being with us in a very important event, which is about the launching, actually, of our platform that will promote and endorse our network. Just to say a few words about Mr. Stolz's very rich CV, I will emphasize that during the time that he has been a cultural attaché in the U.S. Embassy in Jakarta in Indonesia, she actually helped a lot in promoting a lot of American corners in Asia as well, and also establishing in Africa the regional media hub, which has actually resulted in engaging journalists across the continent, while he has been a deputy and in charge of as a press attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. Mr. Stolz, thank you very much for being with us. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Panayiotou. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Very well.
Excellent. I hope I am coming in clearly to everyone. You know, technology is always a challenge, and I want to thank Anna and Vlad and everyone who's helping bring me there via Zoom. And I hope you can hear me clearly and see me.
Yes, we do. Perfectly clear. Thank you.
Okay. I can hear you, but it sounds like you're speaking from a long distance underwater, so I will be trying to listen. But I did hear your most recent remarks. I hope that everyone does not have to learn the entire Greek alphabet because they're not vaccinated, but that they still learn the entire Greek alphabet because they want to, not because the coronavirus forces it. But I thank you all for joining this evening and for participating in this conference. Can I still be heard clearly?
Yes, yes, very clearly.
Okay, good. And this very important event, I'm very grateful to be part of it. And I certainly want to thank the Digital Communication Network, DCN, DCN Global, for organizing this event on such an important topic and for inviting me to participate.
Okay, I would like to start.
Okay, one last sound check. Is everything working?
Yes, everything works.
Okay. Good, good. I keep checking because the technicians I see on screen look nervous. I've been asked to talk a little bit today about the internet versus democracy. I don't think it's a real competition between the two. I think they're both part of each other. But I am reminded of. You can hear me? Yeah. Okay, I'm reminded whenever I speak about several quotes. One of my favorite quotes, which you may have already heard from Martin Luther King Jr. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. And hatred cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. We are in an era now where there are people who want to create darkness and hatred and use the internet as a tool to do that. We cannot fight them by creating more of the same darkness, nor can we fight them by creating more of the same hatred that they want to sow in other societies. We have to understand, we have to defend democracy, we have to fight for the forces of light and love to overcome the forces of hatred and darkness. And I thank all of you in DCN for all you've done already and all you are continuing to do to make that fight possible. You know, another quotation that I always admire is one by Benjamin Franklin, who was the first American diplomat, one of the first founders of the United States Department of State. And he said, whoever would subdue the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freeness of its speech. So we all understand the threat that we are under. We've seen regimes around the world who would like to control what people can read, what people can say, what people can listen to, what people can watch. And from suppressing that, very soon comes suppressing all of their other liberties and freedoms. And as many of you know from firsthand experience, there is quite a global struggle right now. The internet can be a tool for both of those sides of that struggle. And that's why it's very important that we work together to try to make sure that it continues to empower people to be able to see, listen, watch, and speak different opinions without that turning into a source of conflict. Democracies depend on open exchange of information and ideas. They depend on tolerance for diverse viewpoints, and they depend on the participation of informed citizens in decision making. Digital technologies have strengthened democratic engagement in that area. They've made it much easier for people to exchange information and ideas. They've made it easier for us to hear different viewpoints from around the world. And they've made it possible for citizens to participate more actively in all sorts of issues. But as we've seen, the same technologies have enabled state actors and also non-state actors with hostile intent, such as terrorist organizations, to create, disseminate, and amplify disinformation, or to push propaganda of their point of view and try to drown out all other points of view, or to intentionally put false or misleading information out to manipulate public opinion. Disinformation and propaganda not only threaten democratic institutions, processes, and values by distorting information environments, but they also make politics much more of a contact sport. They polarize countries and societies. They poison public dialogue by spreading lies and distractions. So the United States of America created in 2016 the Global Engagement Center, GEC, where I now work, as part of the Department of State's public diplomacy strategy to try to lead and coordinate our own internal efforts across our government to expose and counter foreign propaganda and disinformation that is aimed at undermining the security of the United States or our foreign government allies and foreign civil society partners. That was founded in 2016, and an increasingly large role for the GEC has also been in coordination internationally with many, many other countries, including many of your own, that have taken up the cause of fighting disinformation and propaganda at its source. You all know very well that disinformation and propaganda not only hurt the United States, but they also hurt many, many other countries. They certainly have had an effect on Armenia, where you are now. They've had effect on your own societies, both civil societies and your governments, and they've affected civil societies and governments around the world. The GEC uses a network-centric approach to try to address propaganda and disinformation. We believe, as I heard someone say earlier in the earlier part of the conference I was listening to, stronger together. We believe that none of us individually are strong, but we are strong when we come together. And when we have a network of like-minded partners that share information and share democratic values across borders and across sections, we can help fight disinformation. I like to call liken disinformation and propaganda to cockroaches. I'm not sure what cockroach is in Armenian. Someone can help me there, but I know tarakani in Russian. But cockroaches like to hide in the shadows, and they come out when nobody is looking. And there's no way to completely get rid of cockroaches. They're always going to be there, but you can strengthen your defenses against them by shining light, by strengthening your own resources, resilience to prevent them, and for looking at their sources and identifying where they are. The Digital Communication Network, or DCN, has worked for not that long now. We've only been around since 2016, but for 5 years, working to help develop this network of social and digital influencers, empower local communities, and help people recognize and reject disinformation. And I commend you all for all your work in that area. I have been personally interested and involved in the DCN for many years. I worked in the Bureau of Education and Cultural Affairs in the U.S. State Department when the DCN was first started, and I'm very pleased to see how strong it has become in the interim. So I'll turn it back over to you, Nikos, and hope that you heard my opening remarks, and I'm happy to answer follow-up questions.
Yes, we did, and we would like to thank you for your kind words and the effort that the Citizens and Educational Exchanges Office have put in order to create this network. We're really thankful for you and the whole team that continues both from GEC and also from Citizens Educational Exchanges Office to support us. I would like to ask you, how do you and GEC view the global problems of disinformation and propaganda? Okay, let me probably it might be an internet lapse. How do you and GEC view the global problems of disinformation and propaganda?
Okay, Nikos, I did not hear your question very well. I'm wondering if someone could type the question in the comments so I can can hear it better. I know you asked me a question, but I can't hear what it was.
How do you and GEC view the global problems of disinformation and propaganda? We are typing the question in order to help.
Okay, I think I heard some of that. I think you were asking me about the global problems of disinformation and information and the challenges we face today. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for someone for typing that. How we view the global problems of disinformation and propaganda. There are sort of so many ways to talk about the global problems, but let me start with a few words about the underlying factors that I think has allowed disinformation and propaganda to flourish in the information environment today, and then I can talk a little bit about some of the things that we do in GEC to try to address that, if that's okay. The internet is perhaps the world's most democratic space, so we should celebrate that. It allows anybody who has a smartphone or the desire to type or dictate a comment to become their own journalist, to become their own opinion maker, and obviously for people that receive that information to receive it as well. Communications technology, information sharing has developed so rapidly over the past few decades, probably more than any time in human history. It would be as if every single person had a printing press suddenly appear in their house and the means to publish whatever they liked at any time. And it has created a huge shift in the way that people receive information, process and understand information, and share it. And that has come with both positives and negatives, which is perhaps natural with a new technology. There's a quote from 1996 that I like by Timothy Logue, who predicted that the internet will be a global electronic city. It will have a central business district, but it will also have slums and red light districts. And certainly the internet has facilitated the ability for people to see pornography. It has also facilitated the ability of people who have bad intent to take advantage of its ease of communications to share information with wider and wider audiences on all sorts of means of communication. And this has provided people around the world with more freedom of expression than ever and more opportunities for themselves to participate in civic institutions. So this is a good thing. This has been a flourishing of democracy, including in places where that was never possible before. But there are people who are exploiting that ecosystem because they can share that information, and because more information is being shared from more places than ever before in history, it's a challenge. A lot of people do not have brains, including myself, that are well equipped enough to filter all the information overload that is coming in today. It constantly taxes our attention, and it impairs our ability to critically evaluate our sources of information, what we are reading. We are caught up in this flood of information, but because of this flood of information, we're having a very hard time taking the time that is needed to check the sources to ensure that what we're seeing or reading is reliable. And people are tuning out more and more from sources that they think have an agenda, whether it's a corporation trying to sell a product, whether it's a government trying to issue a press release, or even sometimes when it's the media itself that people perceive to have a bias for one political party or one political side that they don't agree with. They just don't pay attention to those messages. And instead, they're increasingly turning to people who they do identify with, who can influence their opinion, people who say things that are easier to agree with. Sometimes that is a member of the family, a friend, sometimes someone in the same profession with the same educational background, but often, sometimes it's online influencers who speak the language of a certain part of the population and encourage them to only listen to their particular beliefs to shape their own decisions. And this is creating a credibility gap for government communicators and for respected independent media outlets, which were previously the gatekeepers of news and information. Disinformation and propaganda have always existed. It was a long history of these things happening before the rise of the internet, but there were editors and station managers and publishers who would take material that was clearly not well researched, not well sourced, was clearly biased, and they would filter it out. So the public received information that had been pre-screened, pre-sanitized for consumption. And now people are getting all sorts of products that have not been properly cleaned up, and with that comes some diseases and some risks. The internet has created more uncontested space, data or false information, and try to manipulate public perceptions. And these forces are threatening all of our democratic institutions and processes. They're distorting the environment. They're increasing polarization. They're poisoning public dialogue. And I think there's a global perception now in many, many countries that this is a crisis. There's some people calling on the social media companies to police better, but that also runs the risk of moving into censorship and judging what is considered acceptable and what is not. There's also demands on politics to try to become less divisive, but it's very hard in this particular environment. And it certainly does seem like the internet has created a crisis, which I would say is more a crisis of not only not enough democracy, but too much democracy. The irony, I think, is that the same countries that are abusing the internet the most for passing disinformation, propaganda, and false information via internet channels are also the very same countries that deny freedom of information to their own public. They are increasingly using the internet as a tool to exploit democratic institutions and democratic debate in other countries, while in their own countries they are shutting off the sources of debate and free flow of speech and information, and trying to create a world where only the voice of the authority is the one that public can listen to. And I think the real danger, the internet and democracy, is do we want a world where the utopia of an authoritarian state, where there's no divisive information, there's no false information, because there's no information, because the government decides what you're able to see and do, or do we want to continue to have a free flow of information, open exchange of ideas, liberal dialogue, but in a way where we can try to recognize those efforts to undermine it. So that's a very important dilemma that we all face. Go ahead, Nikos. Do you have another question?
Yeah. Yes. I really like the point that about this credibility gap, and also internet being used by the same people that want to discredit it as a way to forward disinformation. Can you highlight some actually of GEC efforts in order to counter these disinformation tactics?
Okay. I heard you speaking, but I did not get all the words. So if someone could type the question, I will answer it.
Yes, if you can type the question about Karl Stolz to highlight some of the best practices that have been developed from GEC, because we have discussed some of the things that he mentioned about credibility gap, about gatekeeping, about avoiding the risk of censorship.
Okay, thank you. Yes, talk about some best practices approaches from the GEC's experience. Thank you for that question. And sorry to make you have to repeat your questions like this, Nikos. I'm listening to too many different platforms at once, I think. You know, I'm going to start with a quote from, if you'll excuse me, a Russian author, but he wrote a very influential book that I enjoyed reading when I was studying Russian studies at university. Yevgeny Zamyatin, who wrote We, which was an authoritarian society of the future. But one quote from that book is, he said, and you can, the internet, he said, "You are afraid of it because it is stronger than you. You hate it because you are afraid of it. You love it because you cannot subdue it to your will. Only the unsubduable can be loved." So I think that he was referring to other things because the internet did not exist in his time. But if you think about it, the internet is the cause for fear because of its incredible strength around the world for communication, to hate it or what is said on it. But also, like other things, because it cannot be easily subdued, it's fascinating and it's also vital. And that's why we have to find ways to work together to make the internet work in a truly democratic means, to strengthen societies, to strengthen free flow of information and democracy around the world, and not let those who will not allow that in their own countries to then abuse this tool in other countries to harm other people. So the GEC tries to do that by serving as a global center to connect and facilitate collective action. We work with other parts of the US government. We work increasingly with foreign governments. We work with civil society and private sector partners. And we all do this together to try to counter foreign disinformation and propaganda. We are working increasingly with foreign government allies, both bilaterally and also in multilateral groups. And there are several groups that DCN is, I'm sure, familiar with, where we compare strategies, analyses, develop programs, and work to try to detect and deter disinformation and propaganda more effectively. I would have to say that one thing that has been a huge change for GEC in the last year and a half is the COVID pandemic, a terrible tragedy that has struck every nation. But whereas some countries might have thought a year or two ago that this whole thing about disinformation was sort of a relic of the Cold War, an ideological struggle between East and West, they've seen with disinformation and misinformation about COVID what a great threat it is to their own country's society. When people are willingly spreading false information about vaccines, about the virus itself, trying to take advantage to exploit for other purposes things that are really about human life and to undermine trust in science. This has a huge effect on every country in the world. And a lot of countries are now actively talking to us and want to engage more on how we identify and how we deter disinformation, because I think of the COVID experience that everyone is seeing. We all know that the only way to address disinformation, as I said before when talking about cockroaches, is that we have to come together. We have to have a network of like-minded partners who share our values, and we have to work across borders and across sectors as well. I'll give a few examples. One of them you may know is the Tech Challenge, which is working with the technology sector. We work in other countries and with the technology companies to have them showcase new technologies that they've developed, to demonstrate them, and then to integrate them into systems. Just as the internet is very powerful at sharing disinformation and propaganda, technology companies are very adept at coming up with new apps, new software, new means of more effectively analyzing and testing and fighting these sorts of threats. Another thing that we're doing is trying to build resilience of target audiences, teaching people to be more resistant to the false front that disinformation provides. We've developed an online game called Harmony Square. Some of you may be familiar with it. It's already been translated into about 10 languages with more to come. And this is an online game. You can Google it and try it for yourself if you haven't. Interestingly, it shows a beautiful, peaceful little town with a town square, and people come together. But it shows how easy, with just a few messages, talking about actually very innocent issues, but by casting doubt, by giving suspicion about one group or another, or one person or another, you can turn a town in the time it takes to play this game, about 10 or 20 minutes, into a town in the middle of civil war. It's scary to see how easy it is to use disinformation to do that, but it's an educational tool to teach people what that kind of threat is so they can resist it. And a recent study in April of 2021 by Harvard University helped us demonstrate, because we were afraid before that sometimes if you expose disinformation, aren't you giving it more publicity, more credibility? But the Harvard study showed that people who know that they've been lied to, people that know that they've been recipients of disinformation, are much more skeptical in the future. So it's very important, I think, to continue to work to build resilience and make people who receive information via the internet or any other way more resilient by making sure that they check the sources and make sure that they're relying on people who have credibility in the field. We also are working very, very closely with universities, think tanks, academic society. We have a liaison who builds relationships with U.S. universities, scholars, and researchers who are studying disinformation and propaganda. And we share the latest academic thinking about the subject and try to connect researchers and academics in the United States with those around the world. And then finally, and this is one that I think means the most to DCN, we are working on trying to help build support for journalists and independent media. The best people to push against information are the people who are dedicated to putting accurate and reliable news and information into the space of the internet. And that's why we're trying to do all we can to support people who are trying to keep the conveyance of news and information as accurate and as balanced as possible. Network-centric approach to do this. We try to work with our foreign governments and civil society partners, learn more about what they're doing, and to make more information campaigns. I'll use a couple of quick examples if I have time. Influencer network model, which works with our embassies around the world to identify networks of local civil society influencers In this case, our focus at that time was on counter-terrorist messaging to try to prevent terrorist groups from using the internet to recruit or spread their own ideologies. In 2019, we've followed a similar influencer network model to also help civil society networks that are dedicating to fighting state-sponsored disinformation. And I think there's a big role for DCN there. You know, as I've said several times, and I'm sure you've said throughout the conference, we're in a very extremely complex and contested information environment right now. I think this is the battlefield of the 21st century. Just as the 20th century saw some times of great peace and progress, but also saw some devastatingly horrible, unimaginable wars and holocausts. We are also seeing in the 21st century the incredible risk to society of conflict being engaged on the internet in cyberspace, and also the benefits that the internet can bring to societies around the world, especially those that previously had no access to information, and all the ways that they can build up societies using the internet properly. And the way to safeguard the internet and make sure that it is used properly for use of truth and light and love, and not darkness and hatred and conflict, is to build the capacity of all countries, all private industry, all civic society partners, journalists, fact checkers, technologists, academic experts, everybody to recognize and push back against the harmful propaganda and disinformation that is out there without restricting freedom of expression and allowing a free flow of conversations. We're trying very hard in GEC to better understand what everyone else is doing in this area. As I said, we're working closely with tech companies. We have a website called disinfocloud.com where private sector can share ideas and test new technologies. I mentioned the tech challenges and the tech demos. I mentioned working with the academic organizations. You know, everything from Lithuania Elves to media literacy accelerators, where we've trained over 3,200 the people that are engaged in this battle against disinformation have the tools that they need. Okay, I think I'm Professor Panayotis. So I'm going to, again, turn it back to you. Writing to make.
Yes. Have we lost him? No. Okay. There seems to be a problem with the bandwidth, but okay, we will solve it out. Just let's move now to the final comments. If you can type to the final comments, that would be fine. If there are any questions, are there any questions? Okay. Carl, can you hear us now? Can you hear us now? If we can move to the final.
I can hear you a little better. I heard that question, yes.
Okay. If you can, if we can move now to the final comments by emphasizing explicitly on how democracies can fortify themselves with the help of digital technologies.
I'll have to ask again for the written question.
How can democracies strengthen themselves with the help of digital technologies?
Repeat the rest.
Anna, have you written?
Democracy, something with the help of digital technology.
Yes.
I see
Themselves with the help of digital technologies.
Damsels here, which makes me think of damsels in distress. But they can strengthen their societies in incredible ways with the help of digital technologies. Digital technologies are tools, and you can use it. But they also obviously can be used to harm that. You know, one of my ideas that I've discussed with colleagues here in the GEC is we all need to think of ways to empower ordinary citizens. There's not enough of us. There's too much information out there, and there's too many bots and trolls and others who are seeking to do harm for us to ever completely protect online technologies ourselves. But we all have a very powerful tool in concerned citizens. And I think if we develop ways, country by country, language by language, region by region, where the public themselves identify and informs an appropriate group when they see examples of information that is going from being a fair sharing of views and opinions to clear disinformation, either efforts to censor or keep others from speaking freely, or efforts to try to feed information that is from a foreign source or clearly incorrect, feed it to the organization that is being questioned so it can fight back. Because a lot of this information flows around on the internet with the target not even aware that they're being targeted. So I think ways to sort of call that kind of thing the attention of institutions that are being attacked is helpful as well. But I come back to what I said at the end of my last comments, that the only thing that we can do is to work together. There's too much information out there, good and bad, and too many people out there with bad intent, unfortunately, along with those with good intent, that no one organization, no one individual can fight disinformation alone. However, a group of people together can be very strong and powerful, and that's why the DCN is so important. That's why DEC puts so much time and effort to interact with other parts of the US government and then globally with partners around the world, because the best way to fight this is to show those who would prefer to sow hate and conflict on the internet that they don't have a home, that people have their lights on, and people will, and that requires training people to be resilient to it. That requires governments and organizations to be vigilant, to notify when it's spotted, and with that kind of effort, I think the trolls will go back under the bridges and out of the public because they will feel that their effort is not being successful. I hope
Thank
that
you.
answered the question.
Yes, you did.
Happy to answer more questions or provide more examples if you'd like for that question.
Yes, I would like to thank you. Anna, can you type the question? We would like to thank Deputy Director for his valuable comments. And here we will actually finalize this session. Thank you very much. I would like to applaud the General Director from GEC.
You're very welcome for my for comments.
very much.
If you have any other questions, I can't hear right now, but please type a question if you have one, or if you need to move on, I also understand.
We can move on. Please, Anna, write that here we're going to move to the closing session of this event. Thank you very much. Carl, can you hear us? No.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck with your closing session.
Thank
It was a
you.
pleasure participating in this event. And I wish you all the best of luck with this conference. I wish you safe, smooth travels home at a time when I know travel is very difficult. And I wish all the best to DCN Global. It's been a great pleasure working with you in the past, and I look forward to working with all of you even more closely in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have reached actually the final session. Before passing the microphone to you, just to give us a short, really short comment, ideas and thoughts, I would like to thank the team that worked behind, so a big applause to Anna and everyone behind. Also to Vlad and Juliana that brought us here. And in order to let them go, we need another promise that they will bring us again together. So thank you very much, everyone. You have been a great group. So I will pass the microphone to you just for a final comment from each of you.
Thank you very much for being here, for inviting me.
A short comment or idea or whatever you feel like.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to visit. It's been an amazing program. It's the first DCN program I've been to, and I'm looking forward for the next one.
I'd also like just to thank DCN and World Learning for an opportunity to be here, to meet all these amazing people, and last few days have been amazing, and hope to see all of you again and to participate in some of the next events.
Thank you. It was very, very valid and helpful conference, and I'm very glad to see all these great people and great minds.
Thank you so much for organizing that. This has been great. The past 2 days has had such great, frank dialogue, so thank you again.
Hi, thanks for organizing this and for all of you and also for the participants. It was really great, and yeah, I hope we will be able to see also, we will meet online, but also offline in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate what everyone said. Thank you for bringing us here. I know it was a lot of work and organization, so it's appreciated, and thank you everyone for the great discussions.
I want to thank the organization as well and all the people we've met. I think it has been really enriching. Unfortunately, we haven't fixed the internet, so we'll have to continue working on practical solutions to actually make the internet safer and more fair.
Yeah, as you have said, thank you for this day and for this for the organization, and it was really helpful being here and learning from each other.
Hi everyone. As an educator, it was a totally new space for me, and it was really interesting to learn about these new concepts and how can I bring all of this to my community. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks a lot for the organization, and thanks everyone for participation, for great discussions, and I'm really excited about the platform, and I encourage everyone actually to fill in the form and to become like not only the offline like friends, but again, the online community, to participate in other events and to cooperate in future. Thank you.
Hi everyone. No, I'd like to thank DCN and World Learning for inviting me to the event. It was very special for me because it was perhaps 629 days, so it's my first offline event where I got to meet amazing people. Also an update, I'm finally getting my luggage tonight. But thank you so much for making me feel so welcome, and I look forward to contributing in any way offline and online for future events.
Okay, I'm going to be very short, but thank you so much for this event, for making it happen, for inviting me. So I think it was great discussion, so thanks.
I just want to echo
what everybody else said. A big thank you to DCN for organizing this event. And it was really great to hear a great discussion from, experts from different fields, and also meeting you guys. It's been amazing. So thank you.
Hi everyone. I will thank me because everyone thanking you. I'm joking. Thank you very much. It was a great opportunity, and because future is a human invention, we need to create DCN's metaverse really, really soon. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say what everyone else has said. Thanks so much for having us, and it was really a pleasure to get to know everyone and watch the panels and participate.
I would also like to thank you. It was a great today's event with a lot of interesting speeches and dialogues, and thank you everyone for this unique experience.
I would like to thank you for this great opportunity to meet each other and share ideas. Thank you very much.
Hi. I would like in particular to thank Juliana for her super support before the event. And yeah, she really helped a lot. So thank you. And yeah, the team for the support for the event, for everything around the event, and also for the great debates that we had in the unofficial time. It was really instructing and inspiring, so thank you.
I just want to, firstly, I want to thank DCN and World Learning for having me. It's been wonderful. I really enjoyed it. I want to thank all of you for teaching me things and for broadening my mind and allowing me to interrogate you. I feel really expanded, and I really admire your ideas. And yeah, thanks everyone.
All right. Sorry.
Well, thanks a lot for invitation. You've done a really hard work to organize all this international traveling, logistics, and so on, especially now, especially after we had 2 years of losing this, skills to organize such events. It was really useful for me. Especially, I'm very glad to meet a lot of new, really interesting people. I hope to remain in touch. And thank you for your work. This is really useful. And only with this kind of exchanging experiences, ideas, innovation, I think we can succeed in our work we are doing in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi again, everyone. First of all, I would like to say that I've learned a lot regarding this topic that I was always interested in. And I've also had a chance to meet very amazing speakers and participants from which I also learned a lot. And thank you again for very intensive gatherings and for this opportunity. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. This is my first time at DCN. Thank you guys for inviting me. Thank you for hopefully accepting me. And I really, really hope that I get to meet all of you again somewhere. The conversations have been lively and introspective and interesting, and I'm going to be remembering these for quite a long time. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Just want to apologize. For the second half of the day, my job decided that I was absolutely essential and had to be involved, even though I have today booked off. So I want to apologize for not being in the group for the rest of the session. I really enjoyed the last couple of days. It's been brilliant. I've learned loads and met some really great people. I want to apologize as well for following everyone on Twitter during lunch, spamming everyone's notifications. But it was my first time being involved with anything with DCN. And I just signed up earlier on as well. So I'm looking forward to staying in the loop and being more involved in the future.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this amazing event and also for inviting me. And I also believe that this has been a very good event for all of us, and I really enjoyed the conversations we had, and also a lot of new perspectives were given to us by the experts, which I really appreciate, and I'm glad I've met all these people. So thank you so much.
Thank you to the DCN for inviting me, and I hope I see at least some of you again soon.
Hi, I'm also a first-timer, and well, thank you DCN for inviting me, and I feel like a lot has been said about the content, but I want to say that just how wonderful everyone here is. Thank you for a wonderful 6 days, and I hope to see you all very, very soon. Thanks.
Great. And now a big applause to all of us, because we are better together. Thank you all for being here with us. Thank you. Looking forward to see you again. Let's move to a family photo now, because every event has to finish like that. Democracy wall, yes.